3297. Prologue. The light of the prism's sun faded rapidly, a band of darkness sweeping in from the east like a thin, ethereal shroud, the sky darkening from a bright azure to an inky blackness. The gas giant Mestra, though only a point of light, outshone every star in the sky and cast a shadow in the gloom. Daedalian, far closer than that distant world, blazed like an immense ring of blue fire in the sky, its atmosphere illuminated from behind as the prism's sun was swiftly obscured. A multitude of stars sprung into the sky as darkness fell, glittering in Keone's cooling atmosphere. The wildlife fell silent. The daily eclipse had begun. Kira was late. She sighed at herself for not setting off home earlier. The alignment of the 3 other stars in the system wasn't favorable this season. It was properly dark now. There were few lights ahead of them. The philosophy of the colony had always been to avoid the energy excess that plagued more advanced worlds. Kira had often heard tell of worlds lost in a smog of noxious pollution where generations had grown up without ever seeing a star.
Stay close, my dears. Tread carefully.
She squinted into the dark and pulled her 2 charges close in beside her, grasping their hands firmly as she led them on. They were hurrying up a path that led from the coast back to the city. A steep climb away from the sea, and then a walk along the cliffs before striking inland for the last few kilometers. She cursed under her breath, lamenting her advancing years. Had she been younger, the walk up from the sea would not have taken so long. Both children were tired, having been fishing most of the day. Ahead, the dark bulk of the nearest series of dwellings could just be seen in the gloom, beyond a low rise. The pinnacle that marked the center of the city was the only building that was conspicuously illuminated, glowing like a splinter of crystal thrust up from the ground. It wasn't far now, but somehow it looked further in the dark.
What's that?
Kira felt a yank on her arm as the small boy she was leading on her left stopped.
Not now, Tomsh. We need, but it's red. Pretty red. Why is it red? Never you mind.
Kira admonished, pulling on the young boy's arm. He looked up at her and frowned, just like the one his father used to wear at this age. Kira smiled at him fondly.
Come now, or your father will want to know why.
Tomsh and his sister Tana were the children of a wealthy council member in Leeson City. Kira could see him in her mind's eye, impatiently awaiting their arrival on the steps of the administrative center. They should have been back already. Kira was a nanny, a task she found increasingly tiring each year. This was the 3rd generation of children she'd brought up, and she very much thought it would be her last. A small but cozy cottage in the foothills beyond the city awaited her in a few short months, where she could live out the rest of her days in peace and quiet.
He's right. Look.
The girl on her right added, turning around and letting go of Kira's hand in the process.
Tana, you should know better than to encourage him. It's time to...
Tana was the eldest of the pair, and, if it were possible, even more inquisitive. She was 9 to her brother's 5 years of age. A tall, lanky girl, taking after her father's beanpole frame. She had bushy blonde hair that defied Kira's attempts to comb it under control. A faint rumble interrupted her admonishment, a double roll of distant thunder. Kira straightened and turned, her back complaining with the effort. She squinted into the pale sky, annoyed at the intrusion. She gasped in dismay. Above there were streams of glowing smoke, radiating outwards, as if from Daedalian itself, spreading like an ever-widening fan. Each trail was headed by a flaming sphere of bright red fire, rolling and boiling across the sky. Shadows flickered uncertainly across the ground, as if unsure which way to cast themselves. Kira saw Tana and Tomsh's faces eerily lit by the glow as the streams passed overhead. The streams were descending, slowing, yet the reverberation of their passing grew stronger all the time. Crackles of thunder from high up in the sky echoed dully around them as they stared upwards in trepidation.
What are they?
Tana gasped, shouting to be heard above the rising din. Kira firmly grabbed their hands.
Nothing good, that's for sure. Come, quickly now.
As they turned and began to run towards the city, a stiff breeze arose, knocking them backwards, gasping for breath. The grass around them bent in the wind, trees creaked, and birds rose squawking into the air. Ahead, over the city, a dazzling but silent light broke out, white and pure. The children stumbled ahead of her, hands going up to shield their eyes from the intense glare. For a moment, Kira saw the whole landscape in front of her lit up as if by the midday sun. She blinked, afterglow colors flashing in her eyes, half blinded by the brightness. She heard Tana scream and lost hold of Tomsh's hand. Tomsh! Then, without respite, came the blast. Such a noise had never been heard on Keone in living memory. Wildlife around them scattered in panic. The ground trembled and shook. Tana continued to scream, but her thin voice was swept away by the cataclysmic detonation. Kira was cast backwards to lie on her back, prone on the ground, her mind shattered into panic by the reverberating clamor. The noise faded abruptly into silence, punctuated only by a steady ringing in her ears. Her eyes caught sight of Tana, looking down at her, eyes wide with horror, hands pressed against ears that were thick with dark red blood. Above her terrified face, the sky was now bright with many streams of fire, red, orange, and white, cascading downwards. Fire arose. Kira saw Tana's blonde hair consumed in a moment of agonizing ignition. The sky blackened with soot. Pain and despair mixed in a final moment of lucidity. Tana's immolated body was swept away in a shower of sparks. Then, mercifully, consciousness was extinguished too. The main planet of the Mithra system was, in Tenim Naseva's not-so-humble opinion, one of the best resort planets for those who valued doing as little as possible on vacation. Orbiting close to a red dwarf, the planet was tidally locked. The large warm sun stayed permanently in place above the sunbather, preventing any need for them to tediously rearrange their recliner to ensure uninterrupted enjoyment throughout the day. The climate was constant all year round, and here, in the temperate zone, cloud cover was negligible. Being a red dwarf, there was no trouble with the inconvenient ultraviolet radiation that plagued the pleasure of hotter stars. One could find one spot, with the provision of food and beverages, enjoy it pretty much forever. That was certainly Tenim's plan. A commissioner with responsibility for a small local group of star systems, his job had become routine, quiet, and trouble-free. The worlds were stable nowadays, unlike earlier times, he recalled with a shiver, when some tedious rebellion or uprising seemed to be happening almost every week. Back then, he'd had to be in the office almost every day. He wondered how he'd tolerated it. At least now he could enjoy the fruits of his labors. He sucked down another mouthful of his Sacrizoan evil juice, a curious purple-colored beverage. It was allegedly brewed from beetles, so the story went, somewhere down in the Old Worlds region. Tenim had meant to visit those systems once, all so rich in ancient history. Lave, Diso, Listi, and the rest. Perhaps a spin across to the Tia Nisla orbital graveyard. Maybe next year. It was an awfully long way. Space travel remained something of an acquired taste. A faint musical melody gently started playing, and the words, "Incoming call, urgent," softly faded into his line of sight. He blinked in surprise and annoyance. The office calling him, and at drink time, too. The accompanying video was of an attractive middle-aged brunette with bright green eyes and a mischievous-looking smile. He relaxed a little. Jenna was his secretary. She organized his life for him and undertook a number of other pleasurable but surreptitious duties, too. Perhaps she'd organize one of their accidental yet curiously fortuitous meetings.
Janu, unless you are offering to come down here and rub Tianislan grub oil into my back for the next hour, I can't see any possible reason why you'd feel justified in interrupting me.
There's been an attack. Casualties.
Tenim leapt to his feet, his glass of evil juice dropping from his fingers, smashing on the ground and splattering his feet with shards of glass and thick purple liquid. Tenim spluttered in response.
Are you sure?
We've got footage bounced from a comms satellite. See for yourself.
Jennu's image shifted right, and a glowing rectangle appeared in the vacated space. It quickly resolved into a second video feed. It was decidedly poor quality with a low frame rate, but Tenim could easily make out the dark surface of a world with faint lights from a small city on the surface. A tactical overlay identified a number of swiftly moving objects descending towards it.
Where's this?
Keone,
Which is?
moon of Daedalian. Second planet in the Prism system. It's on the edge of our jurisdiction.
Oh yes, I remember. Prison system, of course.
Of course.
A flash of white light sparked on the video, whiting out the camera for a moment as it struggled to adjust its exposure. Once it had cleared, the area could be seen to be aflame, the city obscured by smoke, the countryside around it burning fiercely.
Simple airburst, by the look of it. Enough to kill most, but leave a lot of the infrastructure intact.
Randomius. Who the...
Hyperspace diagnostics record multiple targets arriving. I've already worked the tracks back to the Haoria system. There's no doubt about it.
Jenna was nothing if not efficient. Tenem straightened. I thought those Imperial Stards had been unusually quiet of late. Survivors?
Unknown. Won't be many by the looks of it.
Any clues on why they've done this? Jenna's face registered confusion.
That's the bit that doesn't make sense. There's nothing of value there as far as we know. It's just a far-flung, small-scale settlement. No appreciable trade. Gross planetary product is well below tax thresholds. Nothing that warrants all this.
We better assemble the heads of staff. Arrange rescue convoys and put the Navy on standby.
Already done, boss.
Good girl. Pull everything we have on this... What was it again?
Keone.
Keone, yeah. I'm heading back to the office now. I want all the data in an hour.
No problem.
Get me their smarmy excuse for an ambassador. Now.
The Imperial ambassador to the Prism system was, as usual, fashionably late. A calculated insult aimed at enraging his Federation counterpart. 12 minutes seemed to be the delay that the Imperials thought provided the greatest frustration value. Long enough to be infuriating, short enough that nothing much could really be done with the wasted time. The holofax system indicated a connection was being made, and Tenem watched as the form of his counterpart, Imperial Ambassador Cuthrick Delaney, took shape. Flanked by two of his aides, apparently sitting at the far end of the table, despite actually being several light years away. As usual, they were bedecked in their finery, flowing robes of rich colors, thick and heavy medallions, and, new this time, what appeared to be jewel-encrusted tiaras. Imperial fashion was fleeting, but always ostentatious. They appeared deep in conversation as their images materialized, a show of indifference also calculated to offend in the politest way possible. After a few moments, they looked up as if bemused to find themselves in the holofac conference. Tenem had long ago become immune to their machinations.
Commissioner Nasiva,
Cuthrick began, with a small incline of his head, which his aides copied like marionettes.
my apologies for our tardiness. Such an unscheduled communication caused much consternation to our administrators. So many important meetings were moved so that we might accommodate you. Pray, how can we be of assistance?
Tenem leant back in his chair with an air of nonchalance. He deliberately took his eyes off Cuthrick, looked around the room as if thinking for a moment, and then locked eyes with him again. "Why did you just bomb the crap out of one of my moons?" One of the aides actually gasped in horror, a look of consternation crossing his face. Tenem smiled inwardly, failing to acknowledge Cuthrick's title and lineage and accord him the appropriate respect his lofty rank demanded was a breach of protocol that might have started a war in more fraught times. Cuthrick made a subtle movement with his hand. The aide subsided. He would rise above this crude and uncivilized behavior, thus demonstrating his own comprehensive and gracious grasp of etiquette. Initial insults successfully exchanged, and a confrontational agenda acknowledged. The meeting could now commence.
To which moon are you referring?
The one with the capital city full of dead people. The one with the fires burning and Imperial ships huddled in orbit around it. Does that help narrow it down? Tenem flicked his fingers forwards, and the satellite video feed Genu had previously shown him appeared between them. Cuthrick studied it for a few brief moments, and then consulted with one of his aides.
Ah, yes. Perhaps you're referring to the Prism system.
Tenem nodded along gamely. That's the one. Cuthrick allowed the faint trace of a carefully prepared frown to cross his features. He looked up at Tenem as if about to speak, and then turned back to his other aide as if to confirm something. Then his face cleared, and he nodded as if in appreciative understanding.
I believe I understand the confusion. If I might explain.
A text message flashed up in Tenem's line of sight, visible only to him. It was from Genu. "I'd be delighted to hear it," Tenem interrupted, holding up his hand. "A moment, please." This time, the other aide gasped and looked furious at another deliberate slight to his ambassador. Tenem acknowledged Genu's message and requested the detail.
It's tantalum. They're after the tantalum. Big deposits, apparently. It's for the new hyperdrive systems.
That would undoubtedly explain the sudden interest. Tantalum, already a relatively exotic metal, had seen its price increase by 2 orders of magnitude in recent months. New legislation and the decommissioning of old hyperspace technology had been on the priority agenda for a while now. Every jump-capable ship needed a new drive, and each new drive needed tantalum. Tenem faked listening to some conversation out of the line of sight of the holofac, nodding with an air of consternation before turning back to the Imperials. It may interest you to know that I've just been informed that our Navy will be conducting a battle drill shortly. All routine, of course.
Of course. If you feel your Navy is out of practice, that seems only prudent.
Tenem smiled in response. By a curious coincidence, it appears we've selected the prison system as the zone in which to conduct our drills. It would be unfortunate if we weren't able to resolve this little matter beforehand. I'm sure we'd both agree that any potential misunderstandings are best avoided.
I completely concur.
So, might I humbly suggest that you withdraw your forces from our moon and consider compensation for your unprovoked and hostile actions?
In the interests of interstellar peace and cooperation, we'd naturally want to comply assiduously. Unhappily, there is a legal matter that prevents us from so doing.
Tenem's eyes narrowed. A legal matter. Guthric nodded with an unconvincing, sympathetic frown.
Indeed. Without wishing to impugn your records, it would appear that your assertion that this moon is yours, that is to say, it lies within the jurisdiction of the venerated Federation, is, in a word, erroneous.
Tenem was taken aback. This was not what he'd expected. It's been settled for over 35 years. We colonized it back in 3260. What are you talking about? It's never been an Imperial system. Guthric now looked distinctly smug.
Without wishing to indelicately contradict your statement, it transpires that it is, and has been for some time.
Nonsense. Guthric flicked his own fingers forward, with a little extra flourish for dramatic flair. A long legal document scrolled rapidly upwards between them, the text rolling past at a dazzling speed. As they watched, it slowed, and a particular passage was brought into focus, zooming in and becoming highlighted.
Mining rights to the systems were granted to the Empire in 3225. Notwithstanding, notice of our intention to deal with the illegal occupation was vouchsafed on a number of occasions within various communiques, but alas, it appears the Federation have overlooked them.
I saw no communiques, Tenem fumed, before realizing he was playing straight into the Imperial's hands. The first aide gestured quickly, and a series of date-stamped and detailed text messages appeared beside the legal document. Tenem had no doubt they contained the appropriate notifications, buried in obtuse and obfuscating language, couched in terms that no one would notice and almost impossible to spot.
Given the dearth of response, we felt we had no recourse but to exercise our rights under Section...
Guthric turned to one of his aides, who whispered something at him.
Under Section 48, Subsection 2, Paragraph 3.11. The forcible eviction of illegal occupiers.
Let me see that. Tenem gestured towards the document and quickly submitted it for verification. To his dismay, his own systems quickly came back with the words,
Authentication confirmed.
in glowing green text. Tenem sighed.
On a more positive note, we have no intention of seeking recompense for the costs incurred in the eviction, or even for distress caused by the many decades of illegal occupation of our sovereign territory.
Most generous of you.
However, might I humbly suggest that you find an alternative venue for your practice drill?
The echo of Tenem's previous words was a subtle but effective move. I'll take the matter under advisement. Guthric smiled thinly and courteously, inclining his head in the same infuriating fashion.
Then, if we have no other business?
None whatsoever.
A pleasure then, until the next time.
Tenem gestured for the holofac transmission to end. Guthric and his aides vanished in a glimmer of light. He sat still for a moment, allowing his frustration to ebb. Various ideas formed in his head, each one quickly discarded in favor of the next, until he came up with a scheme he felt had merit. Then he contacted Jennu.
Mobilize the Navy?
She asked immediately. No.
No? After what they did?
Not our moon after all, apparently. The tantalum belongs to them. There's no doubt about it. We're on the back foot, too. They'll have an effective blockade already. Penetrating that from a tactically inferior position would be too expensive. They have the high ground.
We're just gonna let them waltz in and appropriate it? Them? What about the colonists?
Complete outrage, of course. Mercy missions, emergency medical envoys. I'll demand everything. I'll also lodge a number of strenuously worded official protestations of complaint, naturally. Every possible and appropriate action will be taken.
Short of actually doing something, you mean? And what about the tantalum?
Tenem stroked his beard carefully. Dangerous business, mining. Digging into the ground, extracting the ore, refining it. Just when you think you've got it home and docked, you find your freighters ambushed by pirates and you've lost the lot. I imagine it's going to be tough keeping a supply line open to such a remote system. Piracy's a curse.
But there isn't any piracy in the Prism system.
Not yet. No. AD 3300. Chapter 1. Grim laughter, raucous but coordinated singing, simple but emotive chants. The solidarity of workers standing together to assert their rights. Crudely made banners held high in grubby, roughened hands. Defiance, anger, and resolve. Women and children marching alongside their menfolk in defiance of curfew, claiming ground, demanding to be heard. Flags waving, feet stamping, a crowd seeking confrontation. The protest had been watched for some time. It gathered strength, firebrand agitators whipping the crowd to a fury. A number of independent protests merged and converged towards the Lorraine Piazza, the ornate gardens that now surrounded the administrative center of Eastern City. They were off limits to all but imperial citizens, patrolled by guards. Military forces were brought to guard the administrative buildings, but the perimeter of the piazza was too expansive to be adequately defended. The chants were predictable, the cry of the overworked and underfed. Even slaves had rights, rights that were being abused. Thousands in fact. Thousands who knew their actions could result in the legal deaths of both themselves and their families. Thousands who felt they had little to lose. The crowd stepped up to the edge of the piazza, where a single captain of the guard stood facing them. Backed up by a phalanx of armed men, automatic rifles held ready. The captain's arm was outstretched, palm facing outwards. "Who speaks for you?" the captain demanded. A man pushed through the crowd. Bearded and unkempt, he nonetheless carried an air of authority and stood tall, his bearing strong and erect despite shabby clothes. He stepped a few paces forward from the now silent crowd. "I do." Both men looked each other over carefully. Each assessed and measured, sizing up and evaluating the other. "Ryger," the captain said, with a brief nod. "Captain Doofus," Ryger acknowledged, with a correspondingly faint smile. "You will disperse and return to your work," the captain said, raising his voice to the crowd and casting a look towards them over Ryger's shoulder. "If you do this immediately, this infringement of curfew will go unpunished." Ryger turned, sweeping his arms wide to take in the crowd, who remained unmoved. He spun back around to Doofus with a laugh. "I don't think you've convinced them, Doofus." Doofus stepped forward, motioning to Ryger. Ryger stepped forward. The two men spoke in hushed tones. "Where's this going, Ryger?" "We want relaxed working hours, 3 meals a day, a place by the sea and a holiday off-world, first-class hotel passes, our own private transport system, and a nice hot shower." "Anything else?" "And I want to personally fuck all 3 of the senator's daughters." "Don't we all? And what will you settle for?" "Just the older 2. Not so bothered about the dark head freak." Doofus stifled a laugh. "I meant on behalf of your protest." "Our working hours as they would be in the corner of the Empire. Medical supplies, food and drink, accommodation that's not full of shit and bugs. You know our demands. We want our rights, that's all. We're imperial slaves, not vagabonds. A decree from the senator that this will be done. Signed by the patrons." "And if you don't receive this?" "Tantalite mining stops. Maybe Senator Olgreb loses his head. Feelings are running high, Doofus. We can't keep a lid on this forever. The senator's madness must be dealt with." "He'll order you starved out, you know that." "Think we haven't planned this? We can last far longer on what we've stashed away than Olgreb can, whilst trying to placate his buyers without having a product to sell. We know the situation. We've got off-world contacts. Buyers will go elsewhere for tantalum if they need to.
If the buyers go, we all lose.
Unlike you with your very fine uniform and fancy food, we ain't got that much to lose. If you take the time to notice, begging your pardon, we figure Olgreb has more at stake than we do. All we're asking for is our rights.
Let me send that in.
You do that.
Ryger stepped back a pace. Doofus turned and walked a few steps across the piazza, touching a finger to his ear and beginning a conversation with a third party. He turned to look at Ryger, partway through the conversation. Ryger stood, awaiting the outcome. Doofus frowned. Ryger caught a little of what he said. Not necessary. We can handle... A cry of dismay went up from the crowd. Armed personnel carriers and assault vehicles appeared from behind the administrative buildings. Even from hundreds of meters away, it was obvious they were bristling with dark and forbidding weapons. Heavy caliber chain guns, rocket and incendiary launchers. They hovered, turning towards the crowd. Doofus turned, holding both hands up in a clear message. Hold your fire! A sharp crack echoed across the piazza. Doofus spun around, stumbling to his knees, a bright red stain spreading across his tunic. Ryger stepped back in alarm and surprise, arms held up in a gesture of innocence. Doofus fell, full length on the floor. The guards surged forwards towards Ryger, rifles at the ready. As they did so, there came a deafening explosion from across the piazza. The right side of the administrative building collapsed in a shower of debris and flame. The guards were sprawled to the floor by the air blast as it whipped past. Massive chunks of masonry spun through the air and landed across the piazza, shattering into boulders and dust as they did so. Another, flung upwards into the sky, smashed into one of the personnel carriers, crushing the stabilizer at the rear and spinning it out of control. Men and equipment tumbled out to be dashed to fragments on the ground. The carrier itself careened across the sky, trailing smoke and debris, before spiraling into the terrified crowd in a whirling maelstrom of disintegrating metal. People screamed and surged backwards as rubble rained down. The guards struggled back to their feet, catching Ryger as they did so. Ryger disappeared under the mass of bodies. "Not us! Not us!" he was yelling as rifle butts descended. His voice was lost as the roar of noise descended from above. The armed vehicles tilted forward and accelerated towards the panicking crowd. The sharp bark of weapons fire reverberated across the gardens. Tracer fire split the air, shattering pavements, ornamental statues, and marble colonnades. Rockets streaked with ear-splitting shrieks, terminating their flights in lurid flashes of color and destruction. Then, the rapacious fire found softer targets. Skin, flesh, bone. Dozens of slaves were cut down, many trampled underfoot as those that had yet to be hit stumbled away in blind fear. This was no orderly retreat. Men, women, and children fought wildly to escape in the dreadful rout. The lethal barrage continued, indiscriminately targeting the slaves as they tried to flee. Ripped banners, shredded flags, and bloodied bodies littered the edge of the piazza. Yet still, the onslaught continued. One wretched family cowered in front of blazing guns as they tracked around. They were caught in the firing line and slain as they huddled in terror. The parents first, and then their child, thrown through the air to join the wretched mass of bodies. Stop. Enough. The vehicles froze, motionless. The people stopped moving, some of them in the act of falling to the ground. Bullets hovered mysteriously in mid-air. The sound was abruptly silenced. Doofus was a good man. I knew him from childhood. He deserved better than to die in this manner for a mere slave revolt. A wispy, silver-haired elderly gentleman stepped carelessly through the holofac recording, making it blur and flicker, unaffected by the frozen carnage around him. He was thin, almost to the point of emaciation, his pale flesh and skin seeming to barely hide the skeleton within. His cream and gold-braided toga swept past the crushed and bloodied bodies unstained. A pair of optical enhancers perched precariously on his nose.
Patron Sire, I think you can see from this footage that the slave revolt is incidental. If there is blame, it lies elsewhere. The slaves have no access to explosives of that magnitude. That was clearly technology from off-world. The Federation is behind this, supporting these reclamist rebels.
The second voice was owned by an exceedingly large gentleman, also wrapped in copious quantities of fine linen. Despite this, his girth was barely constrained. The contrast between the two couldn't have been more striking. He reclined in an ornately wrought chaise longue, lazily consuming fruit from a nearby bowl, belching on occasion in appreciation, and then wiping his lips with the back of his hand. An immaculately trimmed goatee beard completed the visage, adequately concealing a series of flabby chins. Garen was no beauty, but a fierce intellect resided within the vastness of unappealing flesh.
And what do these confounded reclamists want, Patron Garen? They've made no formal demands. Remnants of the original colonists, we suspect. Those that didn't have the decency to perish 3 years ago when we reclaimed this moon. They leave their usual calling card, an anonymous text transfer moments before reclaiming what is ours.
Zaire nodded as he quoted from memory.
I've seen it. Needlessly melodramatic, but assumes they regard this boon as theirs. It's difficult to convince those who lack an appreciation of the law.
Perhaps they are unhappy with how the law was applied.
A third voice spoke from the back of the room. Zaire turned with a glare, but Garen raised his hand in greeting before adjusting his position and resuming his consumption of fruit.
Ah, Patron Dulk.
They could have been evacuated rather than murdered.
He was a tall man, bald and tanned with an erect, almost military bearing. He held his head high, with what most considered was a haughty and arrogant look. His dress was in sharp contrast to the other patrons. A thick and heavy dark grey trench coat that gave the suggestion it concealed more than it revealed. The skin of his face was leathery, clearly a man who'd lived much of his life outdoors. His hands remained gloved, despite the warmth inside the presentation room.
Patron Dulk,
Zaire acknowledged with a faint measure of distaste. His eyes narrowed.
You don't claim that these reclamists have a genuine grievance, surely?
Not in the slightest. Yet we should not underestimate them. We know that they are backed by the Federation, and it would seem their leader has a measure of tactical ability.
The mysterious Vargo and his wizard Solonak. Both seem persons of some means. Our spies reveal nothing of value about them other than the names. Those that get close are executed rather efficiently.
The Reclamists are well organized as a result. They appear to be well versed in our capabilities. Spies, undoubtedly.
You seem impressed by them,
Zaire said. Dulk shrugged.
I merely reiterate that we could have avoided this problem by a less confrontational approach. A pattern that is playing out once again.
He gestured at the bloodshed portrayed before him.
What do you mean?
In much the same way as Senator Algreb sanctioned the original appropriation of this moon, he also directly instructed the military to undertake this disagreeable episode by personal command. Sympathy for the Reclamists runs high amongst the slaves now. They could overrun the military right now if they knew how weak our forces were. Fortunately, at this point they do not.
Garen looked around and stroked his beard thoughtfully.
I feared as much. The Senator's actions grow increasingly erratic.
Perhaps we should not be having this conversation, patrons. We have pledged our support to consider any other course of action.
Should matters continue as they have, we risk inviting attention of the most unwanted variety. Our position is tenuous. A review of alternatives is only proper.
Dulk is right. The Senator's actions are destabilizing the situation. Slaves slaughtered by whim in the midst of a protest? If word gets off-world, we risk an inspection from the Emperor's agents. If the Reclamists gain the upper hand, or the slaves discover they are in a position of even greater power, well, I humbly submit this is not in our best interests. I've supported Senator Algreb for 40 years. Then perhaps a change is in order. And this is the answer, is it, Patron Dulk? Disenfranchise ourselves from the Loren family? Dulk didn't say remove our support from the Loren family,
Garen observed shrewdly. Dulk inclined his head appreciatively.
Indeed.
Then, you're not suggesting his daughters, surely? This is madness. None of them are fit to be a senator. The very thought of youthful exuberance being allowed access to power, it will be mayhem and carnage within days. As opposed to the mayhem and carnage of the last few days, you mean?
Garen gestured at the frozen tableau of slaughtered eyes. Dulk nodded.
I'll admit that Algreb is increasingly overzealous in his application of the law.
An interesting definition of overzealous, Garen commented, holding up his hands and looking from one to the other as if puzzled.
I always get those two mixed up. overzealous and genocide. Genocide, overzealous. They're only slaves. That's hardly grounds for considering speculating. Not considering. Merely debating a hypothetical solution to an intractable problem. There's no question of anything but unfailing support for the senator.
The room isn't bugged. I've checked.
Garen laughed. Old habits die hard, my friend. And which one of the senator's glorious offspring are you considering, pray tell? Zaire raged, raising his hands and waving them in frustration. Corinne, whose greatest ever concern has been the precise arrangement of her hair and the cut of her dress? Darla, whose greatest asset is that she has so little personality that none of the nobles find her in any way objectionable? They're not even vaguely credible. There is a third, as I recall, Garen prompted, with a mischievous grin. Zaire stopped in mid-flow. Not Kahina. Please, anything but Kahina. I cannot abide that objectionable young woman.
She has the virtue of intelligence.
Tactless, antagonizing, self-assured, rude, arrogant, proud, scheming. A perfect imperial daughter, one could argue cogently. I'm sure you agree. I'd imagine she could be housebroken, trained perhaps.
Tempered and molded.
Someone we could instruct and guide, influence and persuade.
In the best interests of stability and efficiency, naturally.
Upholding the everlasting imperial values, peace and tranquility. Don't you agree? I do not. Tell me you're not taking this seriously.
Our situation is grave. Perhaps graver than we realize.
And what of the senator himself? What do you intend to do about him?
Why, nothing at all. Our patronage remains loyal as it ever has. There's no question of our unfailing support.
Then what was this conversation about?
The Reclamists, of course.
They grow bolder every day. They've struck in the city. Perhaps they might even strike at the senator's family. That would be truly tragic.
Tragic indeed. We must do everything to ensure the Loren lineage is protected.
Zaire frowned as he looked from one to the other. Then his eyes widened in appreciation. The Imperial Palace, home of the Loren family, had arguably the best view on the entire surface of Keone. It had been deliberately sited on the island of New Ithaca, itself part of an archipelago of islands in the otherwise empty Garian Sea. Its tropical latitude in the southern hemisphere of Keone afforded it a warm and pleasant climate at all times, with only occasional rainfall to mar the spectacle. Unlike the distant seas of old Earth, the water in the oceans was fresh and pure. Keone had been originally settled for its pastoral beauty, and the aesthetics were not lost on the denizens of the empire. Low in the northern sky, forever hanging in full view, its reflection sparkling in the bay, was the enormous blue orb of Daedalian, the ocean world. It was an enormous planet, with seas 100 kilometers deep. It hosted, so rumor had it, marine life of extraordinary size and might. Keone was Daedalian's only moon, forever locked to its parent, always facing it. The sun came and went, but Daedalian remained, marking the passage of time by its changing phases, going from crescent to full, back to crescent over the course of the day. Daedalian grew to its maximum brightness in the middle of the night, its full globe reflecting light back onto Keone, bathing the bay, plains and mountains in a fresh, azure glow. Thus it was never truly dark, a feature that both entertained and confused visitors. It was a perfect setting for the frequent soirees organized by the Loren lineage. Having one of the most stunning backdrops in the known galaxy ensured their gatherings were well attended by the cream of imperial society, should they so wish it. The palace and its gardens had been specifically designed to cater for this view, and to augment it as effectively as possible. The palace was oriented north, directly towards Daedalian, with the gardens dropping through tiers downwards towards the beach that edged the bay. There were no roads or access routes. The island was entirely unspoilt. Supplies and visitors typically arrived at a small airport on the far side of the island, directly from the mainland, and were then taken via an underground transport link to the palace. Unseen to the casual observer, the island was defended by a perimeter of anti-craft batteries and surface-to-air missile launchers, alongside a variety of shield technologies. Squadrons of defense craft were stationed on nearby islands just out of sight of New Ithaca, ready to scramble at a moment's notice. The island was, in the eyes of the military, somewhat overprotected, particularly as their resources were stretched thin trying to keep a handle on rising piracy and the activities of the Reclamists. The Senator had commanded it, however, so it was done without question. All this had been built in a scant couple of years following the appropriation of the system and the expulsion of the original settlers. The Lorens were nothing if not efficient. The head of the family, Senator Algreb Loren, had inherited his grandfather's vast fortune at an early age, after the suspicious death of his father. Algreb's father had, by most accounts, been something of a fool and a popinjay. Many suspected wider interests had intervened to ensure the succession. In their quest to ensure that family lineage and purity continued untainted, much care had to be given to the choice of marriage partner. Genetic engineering ensured the worst anomalies were avoided, but it wasn't possible to avoid them all. Algreb, through uncertain means, shrewdly invested and enhanced his grandfather's legacy. The family's money continued to be made through mining of rare and exotic materials extracted with cheap labor. It had given him much scope for influence and put enormous power in his grasp. With the capability and the experience, the opportunity provided by Keone, given the sudden and unprecedented demand for tantalite, had been one for which Algreb had been perfectly placed to take advantage. The entire household had moved to Keone, wife and mistresses, all discreetly housed in the remoter parts of the palace. His 3 daughters, their tutors, and a small army of guards, musicians, servants, and staff. Everything the imperial family had enjoyed back in the Empire they enjoyed here. No compromise was accepted. This was often complemented by frequent visitors from the lesser noble families on the mainland and visitors from the Empire itself. A young woman entered through the grand foyer of the imperial palace and strode purposefully towards the dark paneled doors that formed the threshold of the reception hall. She knocked 3 times, quickly and sharply, in accordance with tradition. There was no immediate response. The woman waited, her arms folded impatiently, glaring at the closed doors. Her fingers tapped against her forearms. She was dressed simply, in a loose flowing pale green robe that fell to her ankles. Her hair, straight, dark, and cut at shoulder length, was braided by a thin crystal tiara. Her eyes were grey with a hint of blue, her skin pale and only lightly adorned with colour. Her stance was erect and commanding, her expression cool and aloof. 2 guards on the inside slowly pulled the doors inwards. The woman abased herself reverently, but kept her head up, with her expression unchanged. "Approach," a deep and melancholy voice intoned. It was only just audible from the opposite end of the hall. The woman resumed her stance and walked forward, conscious of her footsteps echoing on the mosaic floor. She kept her eyes locked ahead, only peripherally noticing murals, images, and stories passing beneath her feet. Tales of conquest, resistance, victories, defeats, and famous last stands. She arrived at the foot of the dais and curtsied, reluctantly lowering her head down.
You summoned me, Pater. Arise.
The woman stood up and looked directly at the owner of the voice. Steel grey eyes stared back at her. Senator Algreb Loren was still an imposing figure. Age had robbed him of some of his strength, but his stature and bearing was as intimidating as always. His face was lined and careworn, his eyes dark under heavy eyebrows. His expression was as inscrutable as it has ever been.
You remain a disappointment to me, my gloomily-haired daughter. I fear Chancellor Teclau Guntat is less than enamored with you. He claims that he fears an impure bloodline given your deformity.
The woman unconsciously ran her hand through her dark hair. It was in sharp contrast to Algreb's platinum blonde locks.
Yet your lack of charm and grace are doubtless the real reasons for declining the match. Your worth is less with each suitor we try. Fortunately, I have other daughters.
My impression of him is even less flattering. Would you like to hear it?
Your impressions are of no concern to me whatsoever, Kahina. You have but a single purpose: to fulfill your duty in promoting the interests of the lineage by an appropriate match.
Find a match for me, then. All you've found so far are fools, lackeys, and inbred idiots.
The cream of imperial families we do well to associate ourselves with.
My description is more accurate.
The senator's eyes flashed angrily.
Must I punish you once more? Compliance is all I seek. Would that you had a use like your amiable sisters. They understand their place.
Punish me all you like. It won't work. You won't change me.
That remains to be seen. I will consider the matter. Perhaps there is still some minor contribution you can make to our advancement. In the meantime, take this to Kareen. She will succeed with T'Klau Guntat where you have failed.
Senator Algreb handed out a comtab. Kahina snatched it from his hand.
Thank you for the privilege of carrying your messages. The opportunity to serve gives me much honor.
Algreb bristled, but Kahina's words gave him no excuse to retort.
You will leave. Your very presence distresses me.
Your pleasure, and mine, Pater,
Kahina replied. She curtsied once more and turned smartly on her heel. She turned at the threshold, looking back and catching her father's eye. Algreb waited for the customary and required nod of respect. Kahina's eyes narrowed, and she whirled on her feet, walking away as the doors to the hall were closed by the guards. Algreb's fists clenched. He initiated a holofac call. A tall, bald man appeared before him, turning around to face him and then bowing immediately.
Senator, a pleasure. How might I serve?
Patron Dulk, I have a task for you. My daughter Kahina is sick once more.
Dulk's eyes narrowed briefly.
I'm sorry to hear that, Senator.
She needs treatment. I'm sure you understand.
Indeed, Senator. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Algreb nodded and closed the link, settling back in his plush chair, surveying the hall with a satisfied sigh. The maid ducked as a further piece of crockery smashed into the wall beside her. She stepped neatly to the side and waited patiently. The broken pieces tumbled to the floor, joining several more that were already lying there.
I said cream drapes, not tan drapes.
A high-pitched voice yelled from across the room. It was accompanied by a fierce glare and a flick of long blonde hair.
Do I have to repeat myself?
Kareen Loren was not an easy mistress to work for. The eldest of the senator's daughters, she was dazzlingly beautiful, with a perfect complexion, immaculate hair, and manicured nails. She had impeccable taste in clothing, style, and jewelry. At every social event, she always impressed and startled the men, whilst dominating and intimidating the women. She could be charming, sophisticated, elegant, and debonair. Often she was quite the reverse. The maid sighed. It had been tan drapes when she'd set out to complete the instructions issued by her mistress this morning. Clearly, Kareen had changed her mind in the interim, again. It wouldn't do to point this out.
Surely not, ma'am.
And is my dress ready yet, Marie?
We only gave the designs to the tailors at the midday meal, ma'am. I'm sure they will be working.
The soiree is this evening. I need time to get ready. Daedalian is already waxing. How long does it take? Do you expect me to wear rags?
No, ma'am.
Marie didn't smile. She knew what would happen if she did. The last maid to have made that mistake was now working in the sewers beneath the palace. Pointing out that Kareen had somewhere in the order of 2,000 other alternative gowns would probably not help either.
Do you have the dinner layout ready?
Marie handed her a com-tab with the information she requested. Kareen scanned it carefully.
Viceroy Guwat can't come in after Chancellor Loquette.
What were you thinking? He'll interpret it as a snub.
Put Madame Vellier between them and change it around.
Did you arrange for hot red wine? What about the fish?
You remember Admiral Tavan hates fish?
He's got to have fish after that insulting comment at the last concert.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, about my entrance. Grand staircase or front hall?
Staircase, surely, ma'am.
Marie answered dutifully. Kareen always came down the staircase. She loved watching the sea of faces arranged below in the vaulted foyer turn to look at her as she affected unconcern and surprise at their presence.
I think you're right. Music. You've got the East Coast Orchestra, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am. They cancelled their arrangements at your request.
Chambian Old Age or Satiquan Jazz?
Old age, I think. Most of the guests will be expecting old age music. Some absolutely hate the modern.
No, I don't think so. It's my evening. Instruct them to play jazz.
Yes, ma'am.
Marie sighed. Unlike her more artistic sister Tala, Kareen had little time for music. It was a tool to entertain and delight, or to annoy and infuriate. The entrance bells tolled. A gentle, harmonious collection of notes. Someone had approached Kareen's own personal wing of the palace.
Now what? Can I never have a moment's peace?
Ma'am?
Well, don't just stand there. Go and answer it.
Or do you expect me to do it myself? No, ma'am, of course not.
Stop blathering then. Go!
Marie found Kareen's youngest sister awaiting her. Marie had felt sorry for Kahina in the past. It was no secret that she was the least favored of the three daughters on account of her dark hair. Imperial tradition held that this was a sign of impurity, of weakness, and poor character. Unfortunately, Kahina did herself no favors by being deliberately awkward and antagonistic to all, regardless of whether they had any sympathy for her or not.
Kareen is not well disposed today,
Marie whispered with a raised eyebrow. Kahina rolled her eyes.
Is anything else worthy of news? She may not receive you. I bring instructions direct from our exalted father. She has no choice.
Marie's eyes widened in astonishment.
The senator? Has he decided? You overreach yourself, maid. This message is for Kareen's ears only.
The maid bowed. Her sympathy for Kahina eroded further. She turned and led her up to Kareen's chambers. She knocked gently.
Who is it? Your sister Kahina, with a missive from the senator, ma'am.
There was a pause. Kareen was clearly wondering the same thing as Marie was.
Send her in.
Marie opened the door and showed Kahina in. She curtsied low and awaited a signal from Kareen.
You may rise, sister. Most gracious of you, sister.
Marie, satisfied that protocol had been observed, made to leave and went to close the door behind her. Kareen signaled her to remain. Kahina half turned aside.
My instructions were to give this message to you alone. Marie is my trusted servant,
Kareen replied.
Nevertheless, my instructions. Are you suggesting I cannot choose trustworthy servants? Unlike you, I treat mine well and retain their services over a considerable period. Honored sister, I would not dare to judge such... Then don't. What is this message our father sees fit to send me at this ungodly hour?
Kahina turned around the comm tab she'd been given, taking her time to access the information contained within.
I bring a missive from Senator Algreb. I already know that. Don't waste my valuable time, sister.
Kahina read from the transcript.
The Senator demands your presence in the main hall at sundown today, there to discuss the arrangements for the long-awaited alliance with the representatives of the much-honored Rebian family. What?
Kareen shouted out immediately, making Marie flinch.
What about my soiree? I have 300 dignitaries en route. This appears to be the wrong season for soirees.
Kareen threw a vase at her. Kahina was able to sidestep it. She knew her sister's tantrums well.
How dare you bring me this news? I am merely the humble messenger, exalted and much-favoured sister. The vessel into which our honourable father pours the fruits of his deliberations. How am I supposed to rearrange my soiree now? Tell me that. Surely my exalted sister isn't suggesting that we put our own entertainment before the needs of state.
Kahina said, tilting her head to one side. It was a clever riposte. Kareen clearly had no choice but to do the senator's bidding, so she changed tack.
And for what? Some fool from Rebia? We hate the Rebians. Why does father need me anyway? Perhaps the rest of the missive will further enlighten my exalted sister.
Kahina was clearly enjoying herself. Kareen scowled at her and gestured for Kahina to continue.
There to discuss the arrangements for the long-awaited truce with the exalted representative of Rebia, the most eminent Clow Guntat, emissary and head of the lineage of Rebia, thrice decorated commander of the legions of Koran, being in truth the betrothal, nuptials, and tithes appropriate for the joining of two such honourable houses to prevent further bloodshed. Stop! What did you say?
Kareen yelled, outraged. Kahina smiled innocently, took a deep breath, and started again.
There to discuss the arrangement. Not that. The last bit, you dark-haired imbecile. Being in truth, the betrothal, nuptials, What does that mean?
Kahina made a show of reading the missive again, as if trying to interpret it.
I believe, my exalted sister, you're about to be married. Congratulations.
Kahina looked up vindictively. Kareen was aghast.
No, he can't do this. It's not fair. How dare he? I'm not some lackey he can dispose of at a whim for some cheap political game. I'm a pure and virtuous golden-haired daughter of the esteemed Lorraine lineage. This was supposed to be you, wasn't it? You were supposed to marry him. But he couldn't stomach your ugliness and your foul hair, could he? You forced this upon me, you scheming bitch. This was your plan all along. Enjoy to clout Guntat. He's agreeable enough to look at, if you squint a bit. You're a disgrace to us all. They call you the freak, did you know that? The undesirable one, heartless, cold and proud. You'll never find a match. You'll die a lonely, bent old spinster. You know that? By your leave, exalted sister,
Kahina said, curtsying once more.
I will see you punished for your part in this. A marriage to Clow Guntat will give me power to dispose of who I choose. Do what you will. I care not.
Another vase shattered against the wall. Kahina turned and stalked out. Marie glared at her as she left, and then closed the door quietly behind her before turning back to her mistress. Karine collapsed on her bed, a low, keening wail escaping her. Marie went to her side, torn with worry. Karine looked up, her face streaked, her makeup smudged and stained. In all these years, Marie had never seen her mistress shedding real tears. On the outskirts of Leeson City was a ruined collection of burnt-out, shattered, and barely habitable buildings. The slaves were housed further in towards the center, in purpose-built, simple, but functional accommodation. They were taken to the mines by a dedicated transport link, tagged going in and out. Out here lived those who operated beyond the law, beyond surveillance. It was a dangerous place. None lived here who had a choice. Purges by the Imperials were regular, but they might as well have tried to exterminate rats. The ruins were a maze, the broken remains of the original settlers' dwellings, firebombed 3 years before after the appropriation of Keone by the Loren family and their lackeys. Around one of the ruined buildings, a series of cheap but effective motion detectors alerted their owner deep inside that somebody had passed the perimeter. Miniaturized camera drones surged to the location, quickly assessing the intruder. Cowled and cloaked, the individual's particulars adhered to previously stored scans, and the drones switched to a quiescent mode after relaying the information. In the basement, a small collection of individuals regarded each other warily. They were all dressed in tired military fatigues, grey, dusty. The bare walls ran with damp. The occupants huddled in battered chairs around a rough metal table on which lay a crumpled map.
Here, and here,
said one of them, a big, strongly muscled man with a crew-cut hairstyle and thinning bronze hair. He jabbed at the map with grimy hands and split fingernails.
the next logical targets.
Murmurs of appreciation rose from around the table.
We should continue to spread fear and doubt. Now that the slaves have fallen victim to the Senator's madness, You lack ambition, Mitchell.
He seemed unaware that the purple birthmark that reached from his left cheek across his ear always drew a second glance. He seemed concerned more with the gun he was cleaning than the audience he addressed.
We blew up one of their administrative buildings in the heart of the city. They fear us now, Vargo. And are we closer to achieving our goal?
Vargo spared him a disinterested glance.
No, this is the time to strike. And strike hard. We need to push our advantage, not fall back.
The murmurs now took on a tone of uneasiness. Muted discussions sprang up as the two reclamists studied each other.
And what do you suggest?
Mitchell folded his arms and leant back a touch.
The Lorens are vulnerable. The slaves are ready to revolt at a moment's notice. The buyers are nervous. There is dissension in the military at being posted to this distant system with insufficient resources. The Senator's madness grows. Even the Imperials acknowledge this. Many would rather return to the Empire.
So, Mitchell demanded. Vargo rolled his eyes in an exaggerated fashion.
We give the Imperial Stards all the encouragement they need. Let them all burn. We're already overextended. Pushing further when our supplies are low. The Imperials have far worse problems than we do. The next shipment of Federation weaponry is due from Octavia in just a few days. We'll have the advantage. You throw that away?
Mitchell bristled.
Careful, Vargo.
Still debating the next move.
A third voice interrupted the debate, and its owner stepped forward into the light. All eyes turned to regard the cowled figure.
Solinak,
Vargo said, turning to face the newcomer and then winking at Mitchell.
Glad you can make it. Your advice will be much appreciated. Mitchell here thinks we've done enough and should creep away for fear of discovery. I say we press our advantage while the Imperials cower in their refuge. You?
I suggest you all consider your next move very carefully indeed.
Solinak replied with a trace of mirth. Mitchell scoffed and turned aside. Vargo acknowledged his frustration.
Yes, I was counting on a little more than that.
We must stake our claim. We cannot wait for the Federation.
The Federation has and will continue to help us.
The Federation desires only that the Empire is frustrated. They never defended this system when they had the choice. What makes you think they will in the future? Tantalum is what they all want. Everything else is irrelevant.
Listen to him.
The Federation and the Imperials have no real interest in our world. They want only a reliable supply of tantalum. The Federation is currently denied this. The Imperials fear it will be disrupted by the Senator's behavior. If another government was formed that could broker a deal...
Deal with the Imperials and the Federation,
Mitchell said in surprise, unfolding his arms and placing his hands on his hips.
run the mines for both powers, ensure the trade is equitable. We mine, they protect the access,
Vargo said with a grin.
You think the Imperials will go for it?
Reliable supply coupled with no longer having to defend this system. So far from their worlds. Peaceful cooperation with the Federation rather than this endless terrorism. Their cost savings would be dramatic. They know the Federation is funding us and backing the pilots. With that obstacle removed, all parties would benefit. It is only the Lorenz effective dictatorship and the position of the Senator that prevents it.
And how will we put off this amazing coup? You've just said the Federation will not help us directly. I assume you have some new information.
Vargo turned to Solinak. Solinak nodded. The Senator's eldest daughter, Corinne Loren, is due to be married in a few short weeks. The Loren family will all be in the Imperial Palace on full display. Security will be tight, but not impregnable. With the Imperials suitably informed, the Senator and his family could be, how shall we say, encouraged to retire early.
And then? The mining rights are owned by the Lorenz. If the Lorenz are no more, their claim dies with them. The Imperials have no other rights to the system. Keone would belong to us once more. Our claim as settlers becomes legal. The Federation and the Empire will be forced to negotiate with us. Assassinate the entire family.
It must be done in Imperial fashion, honorably and with care, or we would fail to gain the necessary Imperial support.
Can it be done? Is Keone ours? Do we want it back? Are we prepared to fight for it?
Mitchell glared at Vargo from across the table. Silence descended on the room, broken only by the faint sounds of breathing from the rest of the Reclamists. Vargo and Mitchell continued to confront each other.
All right. I'll have a few extra special items for Octavia to deliver. Name them. I'll get them. I mean, assuming
Mitchell nodded. He looked at Solinak.
we can trust this information.
Have I ever let you down?
Looking forward to the day you do. Enough. Keone will be ours again.
Vargo snapped. He looked around at the rest of the Reclamists.
Keone is ours. Keone is ours. Keone is ours. Keone is ours.
The cry was taken up. The Reclamists, led by Vargo, chorused it again and again, rising to a crescendo. Eyes blazed with zeal, fists punched the air. The decision was made. Patron Dolk Torgan arrived at the Imperial Palace later that day, taking a swift airship from the continent. Favored by the Senator, he was entitled to land the small vessel on the private landing area immediately below the palace grounds. From there, he strode up through the ornamental gardens and onto the wide gravelled colonnade that led to the palace. Dolk, surprised as always at how the imposing building rose above him, cast an appraising eye over it once more. It was classic in the manner of imperial fashion, with a mix of baroque spinnerets and sweeping buttresses. The palace was clad in white marble, but reinforced with various alloys for strength. It could easily serve as a fortress. Dolk proceeded up the colonnade to the main entrance, an enormous arch of obsidian, fashioned to resemble the entrance to the Hall of Martyrs on distant Achenar. Dolk smiled inwardly. Senator Orgreb's desire for immortality was plain to see. Two flamewood doors, secured with bright steel reinforcements, barred the way, but slowly and silently swung outwards as Dolk approached. There were no guards in evidence, but all movements were being watched. Dolk could sense them, appropriately concealed, but poised to act at a moment's notice. The Senator's youngest daughter was waiting for him in the vaulted foyer, standing on the bottom step of the wide and imposing staircase that led to the upper levels, her features illuminated by the bright sunshine streaming through the entrance. Without a word, Dolk turned and walked to the right and down a flight of stairs. Kahina followed him without question.
You have displeased the Senator once again,
Dolk said. It wasn't a question.
He has displeased me.
You seem to believe your opinion has some merit. You are unrepentant. This is not acceptable. You bring these punishments upon yourself.
They are mine to bear. I will not comply with his wishes.
We shall see about that.
Dolk led her downwards into the depths of the palace. They reached a door which responded to Dolk's palm by opening inwards. Dolk gestured to Kahina and she stepped inside. No tapestries adorned the walls that rose, bright white from the polished wooden floor. Instead, weaponry surrounded them. Primitive knives, whips and chains, gleaming sword blades, pistols and automatic rifles. Dolk closed the door behind him and turned to face Kahina. A faint grin crossed his face.
Alone now, and away from prying eyes and ears.
Kahina stepped back a pace, swallowing hard. Dolk loosened the clasps on his trench coat, revealing a leather tunic and breeches beneath. A thick belt girded his waist, from which hung an ornate scabbard. From it he drew a thin sword, embellished with filigree of high craftsmanship. Light from the overhead illumination flickered from it as he brandished it with a small flourish. Kahina's eyes followed the sword warily.
Your father insists you need treatment for your illness,
Dolk said, stepping aside and sweeping the sword in a downward arc.
And yet I stand here full of vigor,
Kahina countered, and moved to keep the same distance between them. Dolk smiled.
A sickness of the mind, perhaps.
A disobedient daughter is the curse of many a father.
A euphemism for torture, then. To convince you to change your ways,
Dolk said, regarding her carefully. She matched his footwork, step for step.
My ways will never change.
Fighting talk from a mere girl with no rank.
Cowardice from an old man armed with a sword against an undefended lady.
A lady, without the Loren locks of gold and clear blue eyes.
Is there some rule that states a woman must be blonde to be considered worthy?
Dolk grinned and gestured to the walls.
Let's find out.
Kahina walked across to the nearest side and retrieved a sword, her eyes never leaving Dolk's. She returned to the center of the room and then, without warning, lunged at Dolk. Sword point aimed directly at his heart. Dolk turned aside in a flash, parrying the strike with his own sword. Sparks flew from the blades as they clashed. A flick of his wrist and Kahina was pushed back. Both dropped into a ready stance, slowly circling each other.
I'm gratified to see that you've not forgotten your last lesson.
I learn fast and practice daily,
Kahina said, lunging forward again. A rapid series of strikes and parries followed. Dolk turned her sword once again, sending her reeling off balance. She spun to face him again.
Much still to learn.
I'll have you one day, old man.
Kahina struck a third time. This time, Dolk deftly twisted his wrist and Kahina's sword clattered across the floor. His blade swung rapidly, stopping just short of her neck.
But not this day. You're dead once more.
Kahina grabbed his wrist in her hands, twisted violently, and his sword fell from his grasp. She bent his arm backwards at the shoulder, pulling him off balance.
You told me never to stop fighting until I could fight no more,
she said, bending his arm cruelly, hoping to see a flicker of pain on his face. She was disappointed. Instead, Dolk dropped to his knees, spun, and abruptly rotated his hips. Kahina was flung over him, to land with a heavy thud on the floor behind him. She gasped in surprise and pain. The breath knocked from her. A fist had stopped just short of her nose.
A lesson you've yet to completely appreciate,
he said with a nod, before opening his hand and helping her to her feet. Kahina winced as her strained muscles protested. Dolk studied her for a moment. The girl showed occasional flashes of skill with both the blade and her unarmed technique, but she never quite seemed to manage a strong level of consistency. But she's learnt enough. Enough to survive.
Why do you do this, Dolk? You disobey my father's wishes. The risk.
I do not agree with torturing innocent women. You've committed no crime other than knowing your own mind. You deserve more than your station allows.
Could you torture me, should you wish to?
Dolk fixed her with a stare.
Why do you think your father chose me?
I imagine you've done worse in your time.
You imagine correctly.
You fought for the independent world, so it's told. Your prowess speaks for itself.
I fought for them all, but that was a long time ago. My place is here, serving the Loren family.
You served my father, no?
Indeed, but we must all look to the future. Your father will not be senator forever.
Some might say those are the words of a traitor, Patron Dolk.
Kahina's eyes flashed with amusement.
Mere fact, nothing else. Age takes us all in time. Nothing remains constant.
Kahina laughed.
I will puncture your composure one day. Trust me.
Perhaps the Reclamists will succeed in their aims. Perhaps the slaves will revolt and overrun the administration. Perhaps the Empire will intervene.
A catalogue of possible woes.
Or perhaps another senator may emerge from the esteemed Loren lineage. Whosoever they might be, they must be prepared for the task ahead. Strong, sound of mind and purpose. Would you not agree?
Kahina made a dismissive sound.
I have not the tact for politics.
You did well in diverting that Rebian wastrel, but take care not to antagonize others unless unavoidable. Cultivate allies as well as enemies, and perhaps you may find yourself in a position of opportunity.
I'm in debt to your guidance, wise old man. Will you always guide me?
Dolk looked at her appraisingly, and then picked up her sword, tossing it towards her. Kahina caught it expertly by the hilt and spun her wrist around with a quick, circular movement before dropping into a ready stance.
More bruises?
Your treatment must look compelling. I have a reputation to maintain.
Come and get me, old man.
Their swords clashed again. Sparks flew. Chapter 2. Sushil jumped the gate and then leant back on it, admiring the view of the family agri-site from the summit of the low hill. Below, rolling green plains dotted with deciduous woods, divided by the sinuous run of a river. The water flickered and sparkled in the bright light of twin stars. Nicknamed niece and nephew for reasons long forgotten, each added a different hue to the vista. One a warm red, the other an actinic blue. Sushil loved the overlapping shadows cast by everything he could see. Before him, looking incongruous, parked adjacent to the tilled soil and neat rows of growing vegetation, sat a spacecraft. It was an old design, its hull a patchwork of tarnished duralium, with the occasional bright, shiny repair panel secured in place. The ship was squat, short, but wide, reminiscent of an old atmospheric ship. Twin wing pods extended port and starboard, giving it a rakish profile. A single-man vessel, based on the size of the cockpit, though Sushil knew it had been retrofitted with a second seat aboard. Faint sounds of whirring could be heard, accompanied by brief flickers of light from the underside. Sushil grinned. He'd found his brother. He hurried down the hill, feeling the heat of the suns on his dark face. It was a relief to be in the shadows of the ship. Sushil found his brother working away with a welder, his face hidden behind a dark protective mask.
Don't tell me. The undercarriage is stuck again. I thought you'd fix that, bro.
The welder fizzed and died. His brother sat back wearily and pulled the mask off his head. His face was drenched with sweat, his long black hair bedraggled and damp. Sushil saw him blow it out of his face. The simple motion took him back to their childhood. Hassan had always worn his hair long, much to the annoyance of his parents.
Stupid piece of crap actuator blew again,
Hassan replied, giving the nearby landing strut a kick. Sushil spared the ship a glance. Close up, it was easy to see it was old and time-worn. The hull was pockmarked and tarnished. He saw evidence of cheap and less than perfect repairs. Uneven welding lines, panels that didn't quite line up parallel to each other. The technology was basic even by the standards of the agri-side.
Gramps always said this old bird was a death trap.
He smiled to himself at the reminiscence. It had to be 20 turns since their grandfather had flown this ship. His brother had been working on it for years, hoping to make it space-worthy again. You here for a reason or just to bug me?
Just checking up on you, little brother.
Dad, I know, chores. I'll do them, all right? It's not like the farm is going anywhere. Sushil hunkered down beside him.
Done 'em for you. Figured you needed time.
Hassan looked up in surprise and then held up his hand, and Sushil grasped it, giving it a firm clasp.
Means a lot to you, this old piece of junk, doesn't it?
She's called the Talon, remember? I'm not a farmer, Sush.
We figured that out a long time ago. Remember when you stuck that fork in your foot and you got a grub infection? I nearly died laughing.
I was in the fucking med bay for a week.
Was funny, though. You with that stupid massive bandage around your foot.
And just before your hot date. What was her name? Can't remember. Don't think she was all that impressed by the whole infectious grub boy look I had going.
I guessed you just wanted this old thing to get a little private time with the girls. Didn't figure you as a spacer.
Gramps fault. Remember those bedtime stories?
the theme park on Epsilon Eridani, the Hall of Ancients on Aknar. Earth, birthplace of humanity. Different people, same old bureaucratic shit. That's why we came out here, to get away from that. Taxes, permits, tolls, papers. That what you want? Gramps said it was murder nowadays, not like his good old times way back when. I want to see it for myself. I want to get to the edge of the frontier, find a new world, maybe get it named after me. And you think you can do it in this old wreck? Don't be a stupid. This is just the start. Few trading runs, up the spec, trader in for something better. Won't take me long. Takes money, bro. It's dangerous up there. You know it is. Gramps said folks would sooner shoot you than shake your hand. I know you got good sim scores, but fighting a mech is one thing. Real folks with real guns. I can handle it. Oh yeah. How's that then? Got myself a plan. You're going to tell me? I'm gonna apply to the guild. The Traders Guild. They don't take rookies. I won't be a rookie. You've got no rating. Harmless. Isn't that what they call it? You'd better tell me the rest of your plan. No. You'll only try to talk me out of it like you always do. That's because your plans are always crazy and someone ends up getting hurt. Usually me. Like when? Like when we were kids. Pretty much every rest day. This one is going to work. Fame and glory, eh?
Sushil put on an affected voice.
Going to come back here in a few years with your kick-ass, blinged-up monster ship, smart off-world threads, back with the attitude, impressing all the pretty girls with the big man gait? Hassan Farouk Sharma, all debonair and sophisticated. That's the plan. Something like that? I got to do this, Sush.
Sushil looked at his younger brother for a long moment, before giving him a brief nod. He looked at the offending actuator on the landing strut.
You can't weld for shit. Give me that. Might as well start with it looking neat and tidy.
They set to work on the old ship, still jibing at each other, the bright flicker of the welder slowly growing stronger as the sun set behind the hills. The wedding of Teclau Guntat of the House of Rebia and Kareen Tanger of the House of Loren was an ostentatious event, even by imperial standards. Supplies, provisions, and exotic victuals from across the galaxy were couriered into the imperial palace on Keone for several months in advance. Servants, maids, and slaves worked tirelessly to prepare food, set tables, and dress the hundreds of rooms within the palace. Plans were made for the arrival of distinguished guests from across Keone and the nearby systems. Invitations were checked and double-checked, seating arrangements planned, transport vessels were chartered. Everything was set to converge upon the day of the wedding. A veritable cornucopia of exotic dishes from across the imperial systems were arriving in specialist cuisine transport vessels. Many foods were selected on their ability to impress visually rather than for their taste and texture. There were colors from across the spectrum, including some unusual appetizers that were recommended to be eaten under ultraviolet light for maximum effect. There were morsels, aperitifs, hors d'oeuvres, and selections of fine cuts aplenty, enough to cause even the fussiest gourmet to salivate in anticipation. Accompanying this was a sophisticated selection of wines, some brewed traditionally from fruits and berries, others from more esoteric ingredients, including grain, algae, and even in one case, live invertebrates. A small army of consultants had been drafted in to write speeches, check protocol, and coordinate the fashions worn by the guests. In some parts of the Empire, your clothing wasn't simply for show. Subtle messages could convey loyalty, disapproval, and understated declarations of superiority. It was important that such messages were checked, balanced, and made appropriate for the wedding. Hats were a particular problem. Fashion had drifted towards the excessive in recent years, with the size implying a degree of status. Exotic materials were now being used to ensure the more flamboyant designs could survive the rigors of a social engagement. Music was to be provided by the much-respected East Coast Orchestra, a favorite of the Loren family. They'd followed the Lorens to Keone and set themselves up in a newly built and prestigious musicians' hall in Leeson City. Fortunately, Leeson City was eastwards of New Ithaca, so their name could be retained. As musicians, they were unrivaled in Keone, and their fame spread beyond the limits of the system, deep into imperial worlds. They were set to play a series of especially commissioned pieces to mark the wedding, prior to the speeches and the banquet. New furniture was acquired, the top table where the two families would be seated being the centerpiece. At a price beyond sensible consideration, an elegant table, first hewn from the wood of the famous towering pines of the Listian rainforest, then diamond-turned and polished with Lavian grub wax, had been imported and assembled in the great hall of the palace, dominating the hall. It stood upon a Sotiquan redweed plush pile carpet, woven from strands of the famous plant. Still alive, it caressed and massaged the feet of those lucky enough to walk upon it. The palace itself was dressed with kilometers of luxurious ribbons and lavish fabrics, accompanied by acres of vivid flowers in complex and colorful arrangements, all lit by strategically placed globes of soft light. These displays seemed to be aimed at challenging the display of fireworks that had been organized to light up the sky as the evening drew on. Musicians, artists, and entertainers were stationed around the palace for the happy diversion of the guests, all individually hoping that some of the patrons, clients, and citizens might notice and look favorably on them. Tala was naturally chosen as the bridesmaid and accorded all the honor and pomp that her position required. Dressmakers, hairstylists, and body conditioning experts monopolized the time of both sisters, ensuring their hair, faces, decoupage, and any other visible flesh was seen to be as healthy and glowing as possible. Makeup specialists from distant worlds were drafted in for mere minutes of attention. No expense was spared for Allgreb's beautiful blonde daughters. Kahina, by comparison, had very little to do. She'd been accorded no special duty given the animosity between her and Kareen, coupled with Teclau's disapproval. Had it been possible, Kareen would have prevented her from coming at all, but that would have caused too many awkward questions to be asked, and would have been considered bad form. Kahina was relegated to organizing the maids and servants. This consisted of little more than keeping them moving as quickly as possible with a snap or a sharp word. Kahina rather enjoyed it. She'd been assigned to sit at the top table with the rest of the family, but far off to one side, so that her dark hair did not detract from the regal blonde splendor of the rest of the family, both on the Loren and the Rebian side. Teclau had, so gossip suggested, had his own hair lightened in order to exactly match Kareen's. Tala had tried to convince Kahina she should go blonde as well. Kahina's refusal had banished her to the edge of the celebrations. To her sister's disappointment, she seemed unfazed by the snub. Kahina had done her best to avoid any interactions with the rest of her family, but it was impossible to maintain such distance entirely. She had hoped to spend some time talking to Dulg, but he'd been occupied with arrangements for the incoming transports and security concerns. Kahina received a summons from Kareen's maid, Marie, late in the afternoon, the day before the wedding. Dutifully, she traipsed up to her sister's bedroom and awaited her pleasure. Kareen was surrounded by her legions of health and beauty professionals. The room was entirely full of expensive equipment, all with the singular purpose of transforming an attractive young woman into a stunning, glorious vision of beauty. Kahina had to admit it was impressive. Kareen already looked dazzling, and she wasn't even close to being finished. Marie led her in and told her to wait at the threshold. Kareen ensured Kahina waited whilst she had a series of pointless and insignificant adjustments made to her hair before finally acknowledging her presence after a few minutes. Kareen smiled.
Sister, how good of you to come.
Kahina curtsied.
You wanted to see me, sister? Yes, indeed. A matter I'm sure has been on your mind for a while. Doubtless your most important consideration, in fact.
Kahina fixed her with a quizzical look.
What might that be, sister?
Kareen looked surprised, as if amazed that Kahina wasn't aware of her thoughts.
Why, your dress, of course. You must look the part for the wedding, no? Something appropriate for you as my revered younger sister?
Kahina braced herself, but answered correctly.
I'm sure you've chosen with your customary taste, style, and elegance, sister. Oh, indeed. I have given the matter much thought. I have selected something that reflects your personality and standing, your dulcet tones, and the close bond that has been forged between us over the years. I look forward to seeing it. And there's no time like the present. Marie, bring out Kahina's dress for her inspection.
Marie glanced at Kahina with a brief, self-satisfied look before moving to one of the huge wardrobes that lined Kareen's bedroom. She took a moment to locate the garment and then pulled it out. Kahina heard a number of stifled sniggers of amusement as the dress came into view. Taken in isolation, it was a pleasant enough gown. It was simple and unadorned, in complete contrast to the ostentatious gowns being arranged for the honored visitors, and a world away from what Kareen and Tala would be wearing. It was, however, completely at odds with current fashion. Where most modern gowns featured a plunging neckline, this was high-necked. Where sleeves were short and the overall length measured to the floor, this one was long in the arm and short to just below the knee. Kahina could see at a glance that it was at least one size too big.
Your disagreeable hair gave us the most enormous difficulty,
Kareen added, with a pained expression, as if she'd spent hours agonizing over the problem.
but in the end we found a shade that complements you to best effect.
The dress was a pale and light shade of mauve. Again, not unpleasant in itself, but it was exactly the same shade as the functional dresses worn by the maids of the house. The snub was blatant, even by imperial standards. Kahina absorbed this in a moment. Mindful of Dalk's words, she fixed her face in a demure smile, walked across and took the crown, holding it against her and performing a small twirl as if to show how delighted she was with the choice.
Why, sister, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. I will treasure it always. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Her smile was sickly sweet. Kareen's nose wrinkled and her lips pursed.
No, you've wasted quite enough of my time already.
Kahina curtsied and withdrew, ensuring that she dragged her new gown carelessly across the floor. Kahina endured the surprised and haughty looks, the half-heard supercilious comments, and the giggles of amusement at her attire. She played her part without complaint, curtsying and acknowledging the seemingly endless stream of guests as they arrived through the grand foyer. Many mistook her for a maid initially, which seemed to satisfy Kareen greatly, as Kahina was forced to acknowledge the confusion with a humiliating smile and demeaning shrug of acceptance. Her only saving grace was that she wore one of the Loren family's ceremonial swords buckled at her hip, a weapon of some distinction. To one particularly obnoxious gentleman, she was able to demonstrate that she could not only draw it, but she knew how to use it as well. Nobody teased her after that. The wedding ceremony itself took place in the west wing of the palace, where a series of rooms had been opened up to form a big enough space to accommodate the guests, the Loren and Rebian family entourages. Senator Algreb and Lord Guntat performed the ritual exchange of weapons, another pair of swords, before Algreb began a long recital from the last of 6 impressive-looking leather-bound volumes that had been reverently placed on a series of Baroque stands as a center point to the ceremony. These were a series of books which every imperial family were encouraged to own and venerate, the collective history of the Duval dynasty. Needless to say, the copies owned by the Lorens were sumptuous, opulent, and immensely valuable.
The strength and vitality of the Empire,
Algreb continued in his customary monotone,
comes from the sweat and toil of our fathers, and their fathers, and their fathers before them.
Eventually, the vows began. Kareen and Teklau were ritually and symbolically linked by the act of a deep maroon cord being bound around their wrists. Then they exchanged various lies about their undying affection and commitment to each other. It seemed strange to Kahina how a simple alignment of family interests needed to be dressed up in so much pomp and ceremony. Yet it was the imperial way in all matters of any significance. Trumpets signaled the successful conclusion of the formalities, and Kahina followed the families out down a central aisle towards the grand hall where speeches, music, and the banquet were being prepared. She trailed at the rear, just in front of the maids. They walked directly into the great hall, taking their places at the top table. Kareen and Teklau sat in the center, facing directly back into the hall, with Algreb and Teklau's mother to one side, and Algreb's wife and Teklau's father on the other. Tala was seated next to Teklau's father and surrounded by a gushing collection of Teklau's brothers, all vying for her attention to her great delight. His sisters were seated on the other side, looking almost as bored as Kahina felt. Kahina herself was relegated to the edge of the table in a darkened corner with the maids standing behind her. She tried her best to ignore their whispers and giggles, contenting herself with watching the amazing display of hats and outlandish fashions that paraded into the hall as the guests found their seats. The center of the room was reserved for the East Coast Orchestra themselves. Kahina was surprised that they didn't seem to have already prepared their instruments, but the troupe was known for being somewhat risque with their performances, something that endeared them to imperial audiences who enjoyed the unexpected. The doors to the great hall were closed by the servants, and everyone took their seats. The conductor, his back to the assembly, stood up and turned. The musicians sat still having not taken their instruments out in readiness. Kahina wondered if they were going to start with a vocal rendition. She hoped so. Their harmonious singing was a glorious thing to behold.
Senator,
The conductor said with a deep bow. Allgreb acknowledged him with a nod.
Lord and Lady Rebia, esteemed family, patrons, clients, citizens, and honored guests, it is our privilege to play for you this evening.
Kahina stifled a yawn. Her feet ached from having been standing for so long, and even her face ached as a result of the false smile she'd had to wear to greet the seemingly unending stream of guests throughout the day.
To celebrate this auspicious event in the manner it deserves, we have put together an original work calling to mind the momentous history of the Loren family.
Just play, Kahina muttered to herself and scowled at the conductor, as if trying to hurry him up by mental command.
The impressive achievements of our glorious senator and his family. Especially commissioned in tribute to this celebrated legacy, we call this first piece Retribution for the Original Settlers of Keone.
There was a brief pause. Conversation, which until this point had been a faint, muted buzz, now stopped abruptly. Kahina looked up in surprise. What did he say? The conductor raised his baton. The orchestra rose to its feet. Somehow, instead of the finely crafted musical instruments expected, each member now bore a gun, some small, some larger, depending on the musical case from which the weapon had been drawn. No one moved. All eyes were fixed on the orchestra. Someone pointed and shouted,
They've got guns!
The conductor dropped his baton. Deafening weapons fire crashed through the great hall. The screams of women and the cries of men rose in the turmoil. Bullets flew, shredding tapestries and smashing delicate works of art. A series of busts of the Lorenz ancestors were shattered. Kahina reacted faster than most. At the first sound of gunfire, she threw herself under the table. She could see that these people were aiming to frighten rather than kill. Clearly, the attackers had a particular goal in mind. She had an unpleasant feeling she knew precisely what it was. Abruptly, the gunfire stopped. Kahina heard a faint series of footsteps. Then she heard the conductor's voice speak out.
Anyone who is not a member of the Loren family, I suggest you leave now.
There was not the faintest hint of movement from anywhere. After a pause, Kahina heard a gun discharge rapidly. Screams split the air, rapidly silenced. Then the voice came again.
Move!
There were fresh shrieks of fear and terror, punctuated by the rapid movement of people towards the main entrance to the Great Hall. The conductor discharged his gun a few more times to encourage them to move quicker. From her crouched position, Kahina saw Klaus stumble to his feet. She heard Kareen call out in alarm.
Clow!
I'm not a member of the Loren family,
He stammered. Kahina peeked forward and saw the conductor turn to face him.
No, I suppose you're not.
Despite Kareen's outraged protests, Teklau and the remainder of the Rebia family stepped away from the top table and hurriedly made their way out after the departed guests.
You're all bloody cowards, though.
The shot was not aimed to kill, but only to maim. The bullet tore into Teklau's leg. He screamed in pain, but his family managed to pull him out of the hall as they fled. The conductor turned back to the Loren family, now cornered by the armed musicians. He laughed at the tears coursing down Kareen's face and pouted at her.
You could do so much better, darling.
I demand to know who you are.
Allgreb said, a tremble in his voice.
Well, I'd be disappointed if you didn't,
The conductor replied.
but you'll have to wait your turn.
You defy the Senator of Keone?
Allgreb said, rising to his full height. The conductor reached up to his face and pulled off a tight-fitting mask, discarding it to reveal a narrow, drawn face underneath. Kahina gasped at the strange purple birthmark that stretched across the man's face.
I do, indeed.
Reclamists.
Kahina whispered to herself.
Vargo.
This is my world, Senator. Time for you and yours to return it.
The Empire will not let this go unpunished. Kill me and you sign your own death warrant.
A risk I'm happy to take.
Allgreb was flung backwards by the force of the blast, cannoning backwards into his chair. Vargo didn't stop, but kept firing again and again, until the senator's chest was a bloody mess of torn flesh and tattered clothing. He signaled with his other hand. Silence fell again, punctuated only by the sobbing gasps of Allgreb's wife. Her cries turned to hysteria, And then a high-pitched scream.
Oh, be quiet, woman.
She joined her husband in oblivion. This was too much for the maids behind Kahina. At least one of them panicked, screaming and running for the exit. Gunfire was the result. The first was slain, and then the others were shot down in quick succession.
You arrested them.
Vargo shouted over the din.
No!
Kahina leapt from under the table, pulling her ornamental sword from her waist and striking at the feet of the nearest reclamist. Blood splashed. He yelled and went down hard, his foot severed at the ankle. Kahina grabbed his gun and struck him around the head before turning the gun on the others. With the gun in her left hand and the sword in her right, she pulled the trigger. Noise and harshness of a type she'd never imagined rose around her. She'd never fired live rounds before. The gun was designed for two-handed hold and was almost wrenched from her grasp. Her aim was wild. It was enough, though. The reclamist dove for cover amidst the ornate dining tables. A chandelier shattered and fell, adding to the confusion. Kahina motioned to her two sisters, who ran behind her as she overturned tables and fled towards the rear of the room, where a smaller pair of doors led out to the foyer, all the time firing wildly with the gun.
Stop them!
Vargo yelled. Kahina reached the door, pushed Kareen through it, and fired again, causing her pursuers to dive to the floor once more. Tala was not far behind. Kahina saw one of the reclamists aiming at them and turned her weapon on him. The gun spat once and then stopped, clicking impotently. Kahina realized it was empty. She had no idea how to reload it. The reclamist smiled, took aim, and fired. Kahina instinctively pulled back as bullets splintered the paneling around the doorway. Tala screamed. Kahina felt a splash of warmth across her face. Blood. For an instant she thought she'd been shot, but a ghastly gurgling noise from before her turned her attention to Tala. Blood was spurting and gushing from a horrifying wound in her neck. More bullets flew around Kahina, one slicing through the skin on her outstretched arm as she made a desperate grasp towards her sister. Tala collapsed to the floor, blood spurting from her lifeless body. The empty gun spun from Kahina's hand as bullets ricocheted off it. The pain galvanized her to action, and she fled, slamming the heavy doors closed behind her. Bullets peppered the door, sending more splinters flying. Kareen was outside, standing still, her face shocked and blank, blood streaming from a myriad of small cuts.
Run! Upstairs!
Kareen didn't move, so Kahina grabbed her by the wrist and yanked her along up the grand staircase. They'd made the first balcony when the reclamists emerged from the hall, looking quickly around, and spotted them fleeing along the landing at the top of the stairs.
Up there!
Bullets cracked and shattered the delicately wrought marble balustrade and the window behind them, but Kahina, still pulling Kareen behind her, managed to gain the safety of the passageway. Kareen stumbled and would have fallen, but Kahina did not let go of her, pulling her upright and down the passage at breakneck speed. They turned the corner as more bullets hissed through the air, running into the east wing of the palace. Kahina made a final turn into Kareen's bedroom. She locked the door behind her and then ran to the windows.
Who are they? Why are they doing this?
Kareen's voice was shrill and high. Kahina ignored her and then jumped onto the furniture below the window. She climbed up to grab the fastening, tightening her hold so she could crank it open. It refused to move. Kahina adjusted her grip and tried again. The bedroom windows were locked and secured. Kahina battered against them impotently with the hilt of her sword, but the windows were blast shielded. They had never been locked before. Someone had planned this down to the last detail. There was no way out. The doors thumped. The reclamists were on the other side.
Get away from the door! Get behind me!
Kahina screeched, looking around and leaping down to the floor. She grabbed the sword whilst motioning at her sister. Kareen ran, but she had not completed more than 2 steps before the door exploded into fragments, showering them both with flying debris. Kahina shielded her face with an outstretched arm, just able to make out her older sister falling to the bed alongside her. Smoke billowed into the room, obscuring everything for long moments. Then, aside from the faint clattering as broken wood, glass, and metal fastenings fell to the floor, everything became silent. The reclamists walked into the bedroom, their footfalls heavy upon the wall floor. There were 3 of them, Vargo in front and 2 behind, flanking him. One was tall and thin, the other thick-limbed and stocky. Vargo had an unpleasant-looking handgun clenched in his right hand. Kahina stepped back, looking briefly to each side. There was nowhere left to run. Kareen, still bleeding from multiple cuts on her face and arms, tried to stagger up from her position on the bed. Vargo raised his gun.
No, please, don't. I'll do whatever you want. Please, no.
Kahina only just registered the flash from the muzzle and saw the recoil of the mechanism with a strange, detached interest. Kareen's body was flung back abruptly to lie prone on the bed, more blood quickly seeping into her white dress. Her face locked in a look of terror.
And the last.
Vargo made a show of reloading his gun as he looked at Kahina. Kahina heard the thick metallic chunk as the gun was primed once more.
Still ready to fight, I see.
Kahina stood tall, her fists clenching with the effort of not trembling with fear. Her heart hammered. Sweat drenched her. She felt it trickle down her chest and back, chilling her. She quickly tried to work out whether she could rush Vargo, but the distance was too far. She'd be cut down before she reached him. Better to die with grace.
Kill me then. I am not afraid of you.
She raised the sword she held and pointed the blade towards him. Vargo chuckled and looked briefly over his shoulder. The taller reclamist standing behind him was cowled, with his head bowed.
You are right, Solonak. She does have a modicum of honor. She's yours.
Kahina glared as the cowled man stepped forward. She could see a scabbard buckled at his belt. It looked oddly familiar. She frowned, puzzled. She looked upwards as the man pulled away the cowl, revealing a tanned and hairless scalp. A moment later, he pulled off a mask supplemented with some kind of mechanism. Thus revealed, the expression on the man's face was dark and foreboding, the eyes glinting with a deadly intent. Kahina almost dropped her sword in a mixture of bewilderment, betrayal, and mounting fury. Vargo and Mitchell were clearly bewildered too.
A patron.
Doc! Kahina's anguished voice caught in her throat.
No longer at your father's service, young Kahina. And yes, Solonak was a convenient alter ego. I fear the reclamists might not have been too keen to deal with a patron from the off.
Vargo's face was split by a wide grin of satisfaction. Kahina cried out in fury, leapt forward and slashed clumsily at Dulk in rage. Vargo stumbled backwards out of range, surprised at her impressive turn of speed. Dulk easily deflected the blow and pushed her backwards. She stumbled back against the bed and her sister's dead body, almost losing her footing.
Murderer,
She hissed, before coming back to the attack.
so you are a traitor then?
I do only what is necessary.
Dulk replied, watching her carefully as she approached again. This time, her attack was more measured, her skill with the blade more evident. Dulk sidestepped and tried to twist her blade out of her hand, but she had remembered that trick from before. She swung around with a vicious strike that left both swords ringing and notched. Both stepped back and circled each other again.
This was my home before it was yours.
Kahina battered his sword away. She struck back and Dulk parried. They resumed their deadly dance.
Speak plainly, traitor. You claimed to be a man of the Empire.
3 years ago, your family attacked this moon, wiping out the original settlers.
They were squatters.
Dulk's eyes blazed with fury, and he slashed at Kahina. She only managed to block the initial blow, and had to duck the second, her wrist twisted painfully by the force of the first blow.
They were innocents, burnt at your father's command, destroyed by your fleet of warships.
We had a claim. It was legal. They
died because of your father's lust for money. For a simple grey metal you can dig out of the ground on 100 other worlds.
Their blades clashed again, the ringing sound of their impact echoing back from the paneled walls. Kahina came face to face with Dulk's angry visage.
just commoners. What did you care for them?
They were my people. Simple, peace-loving folk wanting to be left alone. My friends and my family. And your father butchered them.
Kahina's eyes widened in shock at his words. For a moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. In that moment, Dulk's blade slipped under her guard, sliding softly through fabric and skin, then past bone. Kahina gave out a short, sharp gasp.
Full circle.
For a moment, all was still. Kahina's own sword dropped from her fingers with a crash on the wooden floor. Burning pain flooded through her chest. She looked down to see the hilt of Dulk's sword only inches from her breast. After an agonizing moment, he withdrew the sword. Pain convulsed her, and she sank to her knees. Dimly conscious of Dulk kneeling down in front of her, taking her roughly by the throat with his other hand.
It's better this way.
She looked up, uncomprehending. Then, he left her. Blackness crashed in around her feet. She dimly heard laughter, saw the ground tilt up, felt the curiously numb impact as she fell sideways, rolled. Dolph wiped the bloodied blade on the edge of his cloak, before carefully returning his sword to its scabbard. Vargo stepped forward and pushed the young woman's body over with his foot. He rolled onto her back, lifeless, her still open eyes now staring upwards at the ceiling, her expression a frozen tableau of shock and betrayal. A little blood stained her dress, but the wound was small and precise.
So falls the last of the Lorens. A good death. She retained her honor, as you said she would. I value their tradition most highly. Still counting yourself as one of them?
Vargo asked, with a wry grin. Dolph turned to regard him.
I was never one of them. I served them for the purpose of gaining a position whereby I could seek to undermine them. And undermine them indeed.
But, grabbing his arm firmly to congratulate him.
There's a certain charm to this imperial tradition, I'll admit. Her end will be a story worth telling.
A pointless display of antique weaponry. We're wasting time.
We have a system to claim. Leave me for a moment. I'll join you shortly.
Why?
I talk this way.
Dolph said, with obvious regret as he regarded Kahina's body.
She was my novice in many ways. In another place and time, she would have grown to be a great leader. Alas.
Going soft on us. She was the flux-stained offspring of an insane old star.
Dolph stiffened, but Vargo held up his hand.
Dolph is a traditionalist. We've won, Mitch. She died well. Let him mark her pass in his own way. He's earned that.
Dolph remained motionless as the other two left the shattered bedroom. He stood there, immobile, regarding the cooling bodies of the two sisters. The sounds of Vargo and Mitchell's footsteps faded out of earshot. Satisfied they were gone, Dolph knelt down and placed a small rectangular black tab on Kahina's forehead. As it came in contact with her skin, tiny lights flickered in an ordered sequence upon it, as if calculating some arrangement or taking a measurement. Then they became steady, with the exception of a small number, which pulsed in a regular fashion. Dolph straightened and touched a finger to his ear. He looked up as his call was forgotten.
Eastwood, the eldest daughter's bedroom. You have only minutes. Be quick.
His message delivered, Dolph swiftly left the ruined apartment. Ships belonging to the wedding guests were fleeing the palace in a panic. News of the assassination was already hitting the moonside news feeds and would quickly be disseminated across the surrounding systems. One ship, a smart Imperial vessel, unloaded a cargo of foodstuffs earlier that afternoon, was parked towards the rear of the palace. A capsule, carried in the manner of a coffin with some difficulty by 6 Imperial guards, was being taken aboard via the vessel's stern boarding ramp. The ramp retracted moments after they were all inside, and with a faint whine, the vessel's drives ignited. It lifted off gracefully, extending its twin engine nacelles into flight configuration and angling itself upwards into the heavens. As it rose above the palace, 2 small fighter craft of similar design swooped in from behind the nearby mountains and arranged themselves alongside, accompanying it as it thrust upwards with ever-increasing speed. Within seconds, all 3 ships were dwindling dots in the sky, leaving Keone far behind. Chapter 3. The Imperial cutter Caduceus continued its flight outbound from Keone. The moon had already receded to a thin crescent on the aft display, accompanied by its parent, Daedalian. From this vantage point, they looked like a double planet, their water-dominated surfaces casting a bright blue glow through space. Retaining their tight escort formation, the 2 Imperial fighters were just visible through the port and starboard observation windows, their sensors keeping a close watch for any unexpected heat signatures. There was no sign of pursuit. Traffic ought to have been light out here. Most of the ships in the Prism system were freighters and their escorts, concerned only with docking alongside the orbital space station and ore processing facility, Hiram's anchorage. Efficiency and a quick turnaround meant that most ships hyperspaced out as soon as they cleared the immediate navigation space of the station and Keone's gravity well. The Caduceus' captain had deliberately taken the decision to drive his ship deep into interplanetary space using its fusion drive. He was wary wary of being followed. With the right equipment, savvy pursuers could hitch onto your hyperspace entry point, potentially arriving at your destination before you did. That always led to an unpleasant reception. Better to make sure no one was following you before you jumped.
Secure drives,
He ordered. The helm officer responded with a quick series of finger gestures. The faint hint of acceleration abruptly faded away. The captain, satisfied that all was in order, called up the visual cue for his seat to release it. His boots activated a moment later, clamping themselves to the floor. He stood up, grasping an overhead railing and surveying the small bridge.
all hands observe 0G protocol. We jump in 15 minutes.
The navigation officer, seated next to the helm officer, turned around. All sensors dark, sir. No signs of pursuit.
On the jump for Haoria. Let me know when we're ready. I'll be in the cargo bay. Babysitting detail.
The navigation officer grinned and turned back to his work. The captain turned and made his way to the rear of the bridge. A series of recessed hand and foot grips led downward to a lower level, but he ignored them, simply pushing gently and allowing himself to float to the deck below. His boots clamped on once more. He strode rearwards. The Caduceus' cargo bay was not usually pressurized. There was no point. Automechs loaded and unloaded the large cargo canisters, all without supervision, and any perishable materials were handled in self-contained systems, bringing their life support or temperature compensations along with them. This trip was an exception. The captain unlocked the bulkhead doors, stepped through, and secured it behind him, taking a moment to appreciate the internal size of the bay. It was a rare opportunity to see his vessel from this perspective. Pods were stacked in orderly rows and columns. He knew more than 200 were secured aboard. The cargo bay was functional, of course, its designers mindful that it would be seldom seen. It was efficiently and flexibly laid out, but the captain, with a small smile of recognition, spotted the designer's nods to imperial mores. A hint of Baroque decoration here, straps with buckles wrought as claws and hands, subtle use of imperial colors to enhance the sense of grandeur. The captain stepped towards the center rear of the bay, where a space had been reserved for the special cargo. It had been loaded into a standard trading canister for safekeeping, stored horizontally. The canister was currently open at the far end. The captain stepped around and ventured in. Inside was a curiously small pod. It was an unusual design, with a suggestion of more sophisticated technology, its exterior an untarnished bright white, without the scrapes and dents that typically mark freight containers. It was suspended at waist height, securely held in place in the midst of the canister. A man was standing next to it. He looked up as the captain approached.
Captain, have you finished shaking us around? Smooth as silk from here on out, Doctor. How's our patient? Still dead, I imagine. We don't have much time.
The doctor stroked his hand through his thick grey beard and then tapped out a series of patterns on the surface of the pod. White light flashed beneath his fingertips and then pulsed green. The pod hissed and opened, both men stepping back as the cover lifted and a thin white mist rolled out. Inside was the body of a young woman. She was entirely naked, save for a small black tab on her forehead. Her skin pale, her eyes closed. She was unnaturally still, her arms at her side. The captain could see tiny needles puncturing the skin of her arms and legs and swept his eyes up and down. The doctor cast a disapproving glance in his direction. Don't get any funny ideas. The needles retracted, neatly folding back into their housings around the edge of the pod's interior. The doctor continued to work with an intricate set of glass-like fibers emerged from the pod's roof, growing organically and descending towards the woman's body. The fibers gently probed her chest, where the captain could see a small wound, a neat diagonal cut about 2 inches wide. As he watched, the glass-like fibers pulled the wound gently apart and ventured inside the woman's body, throbbing and pulsing. As they did so, holophag images of internal organs appeared in the space above her body. The doctor observed and guided. The images adjusted themselves. Light flickered bright on the images, accompanied by faint glows from within the woman's body. Brief minutes later, the glass fibers emerged, retracting. As they did so, intense actinic light flickered over the wound, sealing it. The faintest of scars was all that remained. The doctor touched the black tab on the woman's forehead and inspected the configuration of lights that it displayed. Satisfied all was in order, he gestured for the pod to close, and the pod locked itself in place again.
That's it?
The captain asked, as they both stepped outside the canister. The doctor bashed the locking mechanism and the hatch hissed closed.
Back from the dead in 18 hours. The physiological stuff is simple. Ensuring her memory and personality is intact takes longer. Though with this one, rumor has it, a new personality might not be a bad thing. I'm impressed. You should be. That pod cost more than you'll earn in the next decade.
She's worth that. The doctor tapped the side of the canister with his fingers.
To someone she is. Yes.
Six ships hung in the darkness between worlds, starlight flickering sporadically off pitted and radiation-scarred hulls. A quick glance at the vessels would give a seasoned star traveler a sense of wariness. The ships were battered and well used, with all the signs of a hard life. Heat-tarnished weapons jutted out from the hulls in an ugly but functional way. They might have once been honest trading vessels, but no longer. Their pilots turning to a less admirable vocation in pursuit of cold, hard cash. Clustered here, in a dark system, they played a waiting game, holding station at a waypoint on one of the many hyperspace routes. The major routes were patrolled. Squadrons of Vipers would roam the flight corridors on the busy tracks, keeping an eye out for illegal activity. But that was in the core system. Out here, coverage was sparse. You brought along your own protection, prayed to whatever deity you thought took an interest, and hoped you'd brought along a surfeit of guns. For passers-by, these systems were a place to pause, check navigation, recharge their jump drive, and then proceed onwards. For pirates, it was the ideal place to stage an ambush.
Due in 1 minute.
Aboard the Talon, Hassan heard the narrowband comm transmission from the lead ship. He could see it half a kilometer in front of him, a seriously modified ASP heavy fighter, gently adjusting its position with brief flashes of thrusters. Flanking it were 4 Sidewinders, basic but dependable ships. His own vessel, an old Eagle Mark I, was bringing up the rear. He gripped the flight controls to stop his hands from shaking. He checked his weapons loadout. He'd already done it countless times, but it kept him occupied during the interminable wait. Twin rapid-fire pulse lasers, a rack of guided small missiles, and a decent set of shield generators. It didn't sound bad when recited like that, but despite his best efforts, his ship was by far the least potent of the 6 vessels. Trading between worlds was an established career path, fame and riches, but like any profession, it often required patience and planning. Lone wolf traders like Hassan often struggled, particularly early on. Joining a guild was the ideal way to gain some protection, but the guilds could afford to be picky. There were always more candidates than places. His brother had been right. The guild didn't take rookies. They turned him down, but after this, he'd be no rookie. My first heist.
15 seconds. Stand by to attack.
He felt sweat drip from his forehead. And my last. The captain felt his muscles tense. He was aware of his 2 Imperial escorts docking with Caduceus as it spooled up its hyperspace drive. The fighters couldn't jump themselves. They had to be carried through. Hyperspace was one of those things that never became routine. The moment of sending hundreds of tons of ship and personnel through an infinitesimally small multi-dimensional compression, crossing light years of real space in a fraction of a second. Best not to think about it too much. Jump ready, execute. Stars leapt towards them. Dust and nebulous gas streaming past the ship at speeds beyond imagination. It was all over in seconds, accompanied by a faint surge of deceleration. It would take the onboard system a few moments to catch up and confirm their location. Meanwhile, the drive would suck power as it spooled up again, ready to perform the next jump in the sequence. Jump secure, that was welcome. Occasionally, ships might suffer a fail. Emerge. We never found out where. They never came back. Spool up for the next jump. Passive scans. Receiving. The navigation officer said, squinting at his instruments. The captain could see him rechecking something. Problem? Faint heat signature, sir. Difficult to read. Can't localize it. Nothing visual. The captain leant forward to examine the readouts himself. There were plenty of mundane reasons for heat signatures out here. A powered vessel would typically be easy to spot, though probably just a rock, warmed through the decay of radioactive elements, glowing soft in the infrared. paid to be cautious. Dark systems were well named. Far away from the glow of a sun, waypoints between the inhabited worlds, with maybe a frozen asteroid or dwarf planet to be used as a convenient marker, otherwise lost forever in the vastness of the cosmos. The captain considered a quick active scan. That would positively identify the signature. It would also broadcast his exact position to anyone hereabouts who happened to be looking. Decided against it. Could just be a sensor ghost. Well, they said which space is haunted. Which space? You sound like my grandmother. The ghosts of the early ships that went out here and didn't come back again.
Enough of that. Deploy the fighters and get them to run a sweep while we're prepping. Eyes sharp.
Aye, sir. After terse instructions, the two small fighter craft undocked from the Caduceus and broke off in opposite directions, searching for any trouble that might be lurking. The navigation officer could just see faintly on the edge of his scanner dull red heat signatures slowly circling the perimeter. Nothing else appeared to be arranged. The scanner crackled with static momentarily. The holofact displays flickering uncertainly. The navigation officer frowned and ran a diagnostic. No errors appeared. Still not happy. Just picking up some static. Probably a gamma ray burst or something. The captain tweaked a few settings on the scanner.
More likely we got shortchanged on the last maintenance stop.
The dull red glow of the starboard fighter flared. As the captain stared, it became a red stain on the scanner as it broke from its patrol pattern, hurtling towards them at flank speed.
What's he doing?
Call him up. Flight 1 from Caduceus. Explain deviation from flight path. A crackle of static erupted in the narrowband channel, faded to a low buzz, and drowned everything else. Impedance of all narrowband comms, sir. Communication bandwidth just dropped to 0. Shock coursed through the captain's body. Jam. Sound general quarters. All weapons high. Shields to full power. He raced to secure himself in his flight ship, aware of the other two bridge officers scrambling to get back to theirs before the deadly effects of inertia at battle stations crushed the light from them all. Whirring mechanical thumps echoed through the hull as weapons emerged from their storage pods and locked into place on the hull of the ship.
Shields online.
6 fighters burst out of the darkness. They were small. An asp, an eagle, and a troop of sidewinders. Classic fighting machines. Neither as quick nor maneuverable as the Imperial fighters, but they had the advantage of surprise and carried enormous firepower. The Caduceus' targeting computers locked onto the closest attacker, and the autocannon weapons began their staccato fire. The incoming fighters scattered. All ships, break and defend. I repeat, break and defend. He stared in disbelief. The Imperial fighter still flanking the Caduceus seemed oblivious to the danger. The attackers were close. Too close. He can't hear us, and hasn't seen them. Missiles flickered on the threat warning indicators. Electronic countermeasure systems activated immediately. That got everybody's attention. Astrogation consoles lit up like solstice celebrations. The missiles came on, 2 apiece, indefatigable. The attackers were taking no chances. The ECM aboard the Caduceus spun out its charged energy halo in vain. Hard-head missiles, expensive but effective. The captain watched in despair as the missiles impacted on the Caduceus' shields, splashing debris across space, fire blossoming briefly in the cold void before being extinguished. Laser fire raked across the Caduceus' shield with a faint thrum of energy. The shields flared in response, protecting the ship. The sidewinders jigged past, threading a course through the defensive flak fire, spraying through the beleaguered Imperial vessel. Hassan saw one of the 2 Imperial fighters drawing a beam on his companion's sidewinder. A fierce red beam of light leapt out, shredding the sidewinder's port upper hull plate. Plasma, fuel, and coolant leaped into the void, streaming behind the mortally wounded vessel. Hassan heard a brief scream on the narrowband before the ship disintegrated. He wrenched his ship around, trying to concentrate on the wildly twisting Imperial fighter rather than the dizzying whirl of motion that the starfield backdrop had become. His Eagle's own pulse lasers struck out, flaring brightly in the faint wisps of dust and gas through which the battle raged. The beams sliced neatly across the Imperial fighter's starboard engine nacelle, completely severing it. The fighter spun up like an out-of-control centrifuge, and broke apart. I got one!
All escorts down. Concentrate fire on the target's rear shield generators. Watch the flak. Missiles for the drives. Disable only. Too much damage and we don't get paid.
The 5 remaining ships spread out in a loose formation and formed up behind the besieged Imperial cutter. The Caduceus jolted severely. There was a hideous cracking sound, followed by the terrifying hiss of escaping air. Canopy breach. The room filled with streams of condensation. The ventilation system unable to compensate for the pressure drop. The hiss grew to a wail, and then a shriek. The navigation officer turned to see the captain had been thrown from his chair, the mechanism damaged. Captain! Captain! The captain, blood drenching his face and uniform, managed to get to his feet and stagger back. I'm all right. Shields? Rear shields gone, sir. Forward shields holding at 36%. Weapons offline. What about the hyperspace drive? Still spooling, sir. 30 seconds. A missile slammed into the unprotected ship's starboard engine nacelle. The nacelle cracked and shattered, partly detaching from the main body of the ship, sending the Caduceus into a brain-jarring spin. Unprotected from the inertia, the captain was flung across the bridge, smashing into the far bulkhead with a sickening thud. His body pinned as the ship helplessly gyrated. The bulkhead came apart with the strain. The navigation officer had a brief glimpse of the captain's body being ripped apart as both he and the bulkhead were explosively ejected into space. Then, in abrupt silence, the vacuum took the rest of them. Hassan saw the bridge depressurize and bodies eject silently into the void, tiny fragments of debris. From his vantage point, he couldn't tell if the Imperial crew had rem-locked masts. It didn't matter much. They were dead anyway. No one was going to rescue them out here. Survival gear was only going to prolong the inevitable. He wished he hadn't seen the bodies. It made the nagging guilt worse. People had just died. He was an accomplice in an illegal act of piracy. Just this once.
Ship is ours. Secured and taken in tow.
Hassan stabilized his own vessel and slotted in behind the other pirates. 2 of the sidewinders cautiously fired grappling pitons that dug into the hull of the rotating Imperial cutter, taking care to avoid the clouds of debris that now accompanied it. It was a delicate operation, but the pirates had long experience of such maneuvers. With deft thrusts and careful vectoring, they brought the rotation under control. The course was set, and the wreck of the Caduceus was towed away. With this, Patron Zaire looked pained. Garen smiled reassuringly.
My friend, politics was ever thus. We must play our parts as the scene dictates. Representatives of the Imperial Senate we remain.
The 2 men stood outside the Imperial Palace, surveying the tarnished glory of the entrance foyer. The dust had settled, but the beautiful interior still bore the marks of weapon fire. Tapestries were ripped and torn, delicately wrought masonry chipped and smashed, statues defaced, and walls marked with crudely drawn slogans. Zaire allowed his optical enhancers to slip down to the end of his nose. He peered over them with a stern, almost academic look as he studied his companion.
You seem awfully accepting of this. Need I remind you that these barbarians have just murdered our senator and his entire family?
Zaire's eyes drifted briefly to the dark smears that still stained the floor. The doors to the hall were riddled with bullet holes and hanging loosely from their damaged mountings.
Almost his entire family. Alas, the abuse of power rarely occurs without consequences.
The doors creaked, and a man emerged. The 2 men recognized him immediately.
No,
Zaire said, favoring Delph with a slight bow.
Or should I call you revolutionary Delph now? Delph is sufficient. Or traitor Delph. That has a ring to you.
Delph ignored him and turned to Garen.
I trust our ship is safely en route. They broke orbit and made the jump to hyperspace without intervention. They should arrive at Heolia within 20 hours. Then our duty to the Loren lineage remains assured. Gentlemen, I must crave your indulgence further. Power must now be ceded, and you must do the ceding. Another punishment we are forced to bear? We suffer for your intrigue, Dunk. There is worse to come. In what way? I fear rather demeaning experience awaits us. We must appear servile, meek, and deferential, lest we offend the new owner of this little world. Secrecy. I will not bow and scrape to an upstart criminal. I suggest you do. Your life may very well depend upon it. I dislike this boy every single day. You have the documents? Of course we have the damn documents. Do you think us fools? More importantly,
Can these ruffians actually read?
The deeds themselves are sufficient. Their value to the Reclamists is, shall we say, symbolic.
And what is to stop these thugs from slitting our throats once they have what they want? Dalk will have persuaded them that peaceful coexistence with the representatives of the Empire is in their best interest. Garen said, looking to Dalk for confirmation. Dalk nodded. You play a dangerous game, Dalk.
All worthwhile games are dangerous, Sire. Follow me.
And to the victor of the spoils. Dalk led them into the hall, which was still strewn with the debris from the interrupted wedding feast. Tables remained overturned. Zaire and Gerund were led across the floor, stepping carefully around the shattered decoration, fallen chandeliers, and furniture. Both gasped in dismay to find that the senator's body and that of his wife, family, and staff remained where they had fallen, their blood-stained corpses attesting to their gory end. Next to them, reclining in a chair with his feet propped up level with his head, was the leader of the Reclamists, Varg. He held the senator's scepter, the mark of his office, high and valuable staff, decorated with many centuries of family history and other heraldry. Vargo tapped the scepter lightly against his hand. Dalk stepped forward.
May I present patrons Zaire and Garen, servants of the Empire, and here to...
Imperial dogs will bow in the presence of the Master of Keone. Zaire and Garen exchanged a glance. Dalk nodded at them, almost imperceptibly. Zaire and Garen bowed the knee, their heads lowered. Vargo swung his legs around and stood up.
So, this is the best of what's left of the Imperial hierarchy, is it? A corpulent lackey and a time-worn minion. They should distribute Imperial rations more evenly, I feel. This one gorges himself fit to burst, whilst this one wastes away. And I thought you told me the Imperials valued egalitarianism, Dalk.
Zaire and Garen remained bowed.
No systems, you don't say.
Vargo strode up to the duo of patrons.
Words that seemed confirmed by the presence of these two less than inspiring examples of Imperial might and splendor. Stand up, sycophants.
Zaire and Garen climbed slowly to their feet, one troubled by his age, the other by his weight. Vargo stared at them closely.
You supported Senator Allgrep, did you not?
Zaire and Garen nodded slowly. Vargo gestured to the pale, blood-stained body of the senator.
I have usurped his position. What is your mighty Imperium make of that?
There are those, ourselves among them, who considered the erstwhile senator rather exceeded his mandate, acting without the greater consent and accord of wider imperial interests.
The outrageous murder of innocents and the subjugation of an entire world. Is it such a little thing in your empire? An atrocious crime. Egregious in the extreme, debauched and base, to be deplored utterly. You did not approve of your senator's actions then.
It has never been the place of a patron to question a senator. Suffice to say, our support of the Loren lineage is at an end.
The Loren lineage is no more. They are slain along with their hated progeny. This is my world now.
Zaire and Garen nodded dutifully. If it please you, Master of Keone, we have prepared a revised deed of tenure, pursuant to your rise to eminence, setting out the rights and entitlements previously accorded to the Loren lineage. Zaire managed to grate out, holding up a sealed tube. With their demise, such rights, both legal and temporal, belong to
the surviving settlers who escaped Imperial carnage,
Vargo said, snatching the tube and tapping its side. A holofac representation of a document appeared, projected by the tube. Vargo scanned it briefly, and then pocketed it.
It also contains an Imperial mandate, promising no further interference in the government of this world.
In exchange for...
Exchange? In no position to bargain.
The Empire is a mighty force, Master of Keone. The Lorens may have overstepped the boundaries of decent conduct, but the reason for their interest remain as cogent as before.
What did you ask?
Merely a reliable and regular shipment of price. We are prepared to pay the market rate plus a consideration for your favor.
A consideration? I'll give you something to consider, Blackie.
We are back for the Federation.
A task force is already assembling. The Imperial vessels in this system will leave within a single week Your illegal occupation of this world is at an end. If you wish to be considered for a trade franchise in the future, I suggest you come up with a more compelling offer.
You defy the Empire?
Vargo laughed, gestured to the bodies of the friends.
You know, I do believe I would.
His short laugh fell into an aggressive sneer.
Now get out of my sight and take your trash with you when you leave. Don't see to it that these cronies are encouraged to depart.
Vargo turned and strode away, leaving Zaire and Geron with Dulk. Dulk waited until the doors to the hall had closed behind him.
Admirable restraint, my friends. I congratulate you.
I'll be sure to attend his execution. To treat representatives of the Empire with such disregard.
I thought you made a magnificent toad, Zaire. You seem to have a natural talent for groveling.
And you're prepared to work with him, Dulk. I grow less convinced of your loyalties daily.
I do not expect to have the pleasure of his acquaintance for an extended period. The Empire will not have long to wait.
We will take our leave. We will arrange for the bodies to be given appropriate Imperial honors.
I shall ensure that appropriate respect is given.
Respect? These reclamists don't know the meaning of the word.
Chapter 4. Starlight glimmered faintly from darkened hulls as the phalanx of pirate vessels, accompanied by the shattered bulk of another ship, slowed their approach. Thrusters fired in a coordinated sequence, the vessel's velocity reduced to a mere drift. Ahead, a minimum of navigation lights could be seen shining out from a huge, slowly rotating silhouette hanging against the starry backdrop. Gantries and docking ports jutted out into space, as if to snare unwary vessels. Behind it, a rocky dwarf planet split the ghostly light of the Milky Way in two, slowly turning on its own cratered axis. A searchlight blazed out from the somber black shadow, brightly illuminating the lead asp. Unseen to the approaching ships, a dozen heavy ballistic turrets swung around, their computers calculating targets, vectors, and trajectories for the entire group of vessels. Assured destruction was awaited at the whim of the operators within. The narrowband comms crackled and a rough, deep voice spoke.
Identify. Commander of the Malcontent, with Clan Tiber, here with salvage. Open the gates, Basilica.
The searchlight flickered rapidly between the 5 vessels, with the battered Caduceus held immobile in their midst. The convoy of vessels briefly fired retro thrusters, now coming to a complete halt relative to the enormous facility before them. For a long moment, there was no response. Light cracked out from an opening, bathing the convoy in radiance. The pilots squinted into it, trying to make out the various docking bays they knew were housed within. As their eyes adjusted, they could make out the immense locking mechanism that protected the Basilica, a series of interlocking panels that dwarfed the vessels waiting outside. Huge constructs of metal 100 meters thick. Inside, a cylindrical void was revealed, lit by a fierce electric blue glare. Picked out at intervals across its surface were the gaping dark mouths of docking ports, each one numbered, looking small and insignificant at this distance, despite easily being able to accommodate a vessel apiece.
Basilica to Malcontent and convoy. Proceed. Docking in berths 18 to 30.
The convoy proceeded inwards. The escorting ships peeled off to the respective docking bays, airtight doors closing in sequence as they entered. Those ships still towing the silent bulk of the Caduceus carefully arranged themselves in order to allow the damaged vessel to coast into another bay, releasing their grappling hooks in a practiced, efficient sequence, easing it into the bay. It was a tricky maneuver. From the center of the cylindrical void, every direction was down. The ships grappled with the increasing Coriolis force as they lowered themselves and their prey into the bay, compensating by matching the rotation as they descended. Hassan watched the operation silently, impressed despite himself. The procedure was accomplished without fuss or error. To their rear, the heavy gates slowly wound themselves back in, stars eclipsed from view as they cycled and closed. Hassan braced himself for a heavy thump as the massive parts interlocked. He followed the towing ships, gently thrusting his small vessel neatly in behind as they came to rest on the floor of the bay. From his perspective, the floor was a wall, with the Caduceus and its captors perched precariously against it, as if they were mounted trophies. Choosing your frame of reference was better done before starting a maneuver, not during one. Space sickness could be very unpleasant. Hassan made a quick mental adjustment and the wall became the floor. That was all very well, but now his vessel was pointing directly downwards and hanging above the ground. Quickly, he adjusted his ship's attitude by 90 degrees, triggered the undercarriage, and allowed his vessel to descend. The docking bay closed above him, now serving as the roof. A gentle nudge indicated his vessel had come to rest. Magnetic clamps secured the ship in the bay. He felt the gentle tug of artificial gravity and a slight sensation of nausea before he acclimatized. He powered down the drives, power plants, and avionics, looking out of the forward view to where the Caduceus lay, canted slightly to the right on its damaged nacelle, directly ahead of him. He could already see the pirate leader standing defensively beyond the ship, arranging for the docking bay to be opened. Now comes the hard part. The internal doors from the bay into the interior of the basilica remained closed. The pirate leader and his two most trusted accomplices gathered at the bow of the Caduceus, weapons drawn. Each acknowledged the other's arrival with a brief nod, but nothing more. The remaining pirates, Hassan amongst them, had been instructed to remain aboard their ships for the time being. The finer points of negotiating the illegal tended to go more smoothly if fewer guns were present.
Good luck with the vice, boss,
one accomplice said. The pirate leader nodded grimly. This was an unusual mission for a customer with a fearsome reputation. He wasn't aware of how she'd come by her nickname. Maybe it was for the stranglehold she had on the trading in this group of systems. Nothing went through this region of space without her taking an interest and, more often than not, a cut. The internal doors clunked, hissed, and then snapped back into the adjacent bulkheads. 3 people walked into the dimly lit bay. The pirate leader quickly sized up the 2 flanking men. They were tough, no-nonsense bodyguards, armed with semi-automatic pressurized rifles, guns that worked in a vacuum. They were dressed in dark, grey, fiber-reinforced fatigues, material that was pretty much impermeable. Theirs looked smart and new, suggesting a well-heeled operation. But it was the woman standing at the center that commanded everyone's attention. The pirate leader swallowed before stepping forward, raising his hand in acknowledgement. The woman was tall as her guards, with an athletic build framed by a smartly tailored maroon gown, embroidered with gold embossing that fell elegantly from her shoulders. Blonde hair streamed backwards from a face that would have been beautiful but for the penetrating stare and harsh set of the firm mouth. Her chin was ever so slightly raised, giving her an authoritative stance, which was further enhanced by a fashionably chrome-plated and heeled set of magnetic boots, which glittered and clicked noisily as she strode forward into the bay. She stretched out her arm slightly, pointing a finger of both hands outwards with a slight sideways twist of her head. The gown parted, revealing a trim but voluptuous figure. The sidearm was secured at her left side. The pirate leader recognized it as a lance and firman widowmaker, an old-fashioned weapon, inaccurate at range, lethal, messy, and brutal close up. Her guards snapped to attention and stood stock still. Octavia Quinton, owner and boss of Basilica, a decommissioned military installation now appropriated for more clandestine but no less violent operations. Her minions called her Domina, a word of honor from some ancient language. Only up close could signs of her age be seen. Skin that was no longer firm and wrinkles across her face. She glanced around at the motley collection of pirate vessels, her eyes then sweeping across the forlorn Imperial cutter, and then, finally, to the pirate leader. Her pace didn't slacken. She walked straight past him and on under the battle-scarred lower hull of Caduceus. After a moment, he turned to follow her, hurrying to keep up. She wasted no time in getting down to business.
You weren't followed?
All the escorts were destroyed. No escape pods were released.
You know I'll be reviewing the flight footage to check.
The pirate leader smiled by return. I thought you might. I'll have it prepped.
Any survivors?
Hull's blown. We spotted a couple of Imperial goons getting spaced. We've not been aboard to look.
Then I suggest you check.
They'd reached the rear of the Caduceus. The docking bay ramp, though slightly buckled from the fight, had lowered into place. Ladies first.
Men just before.
He stepped up onto the ramp, pulling out his own sidearm and ventured inside. After a moment, Octavia followed. The inside of the bay remained more or less intact. A couple of the cargo canisters had dislodged slightly. The starboard side of the ship had taken the most damage and one of the internal structural bulkheads had been breached. Cracks in the overhead conduits signaled a major repair job would be required before the ship might be flight-worthy again. Crushed against the bulkhead, near the breach, was a body. The pirate leader holstered his sidearm and turned the body over with his foot. It was an older man, with a heavy grey beard. His face was pale, his lips blue, and his eyes bloodshot. His hands were locked at his throat, his tongue protruding. Must have been in the bay when it blew. Octavia gestured for him to step back. Quickly, she searched the man's uniform, pulling out an identity tag.
Dr. Riff Reinhardt. Looks like you got the right ship. Congratulations. Find the pod.
It didn't take them long. The horizontally stored canister in the center of the bay had the correct ID code. It had been carefully stored, giving it maximum protection. This is what you wanted. He looked at the pod, baffled as to what it might be. What's in it?
Just a little piece of Imperial decor to adorn my chambers. Rather exceptional and difficult to come by. You'll want paying, I suppose. What did we arrange?
200,000 credits.
150 is what we agreed. Even that sounds exceedingly generous for a tatty old wreck such as this.
The ship was heavily defended. I lost a ship.
The battle is not my concern. You should have paid for better pilots. I agreed to a salvageable vessel and its cargo. Does this look salvageable to you? The hull's blown, the cargo bay is compromised, and I take a guess that you've written off that starboard drive, given it's hanging by only a couple of conduits. It will cost me a fortune to make this serviceable again.
She gestured to the shattered bulkhead where the doctor's corpse lay. The structure had partially collapsed under its own weight. The pirate didn't answer. He just went for his gun. He pulled it in a smooth and practiced motion. 200,000. The cargo's what you were after. I know that much. To his surprise, Octavia didn't respond in kind, or even flinch backwards.
You're going to kill me. Do you really think that's wise? Here, in the midst of my stronghold? Do you think you'd get out alive?
I'm guessing you want to live just as much as I do. I just want my price. No one needs to end up shot. My price, lady. The pirate tightened his grip a little. Octavia looked him up and down briefly, and then raised her hands slowly in submission.
You're right about the cargo. Shall we shake on it?
She lowered her hands and held her right one out towards him. It was empty. The pirate leader hesitated. Too easy. The hairs on the back of his neck rose. Nothing seemed amiss. Maybe she wasn't as fearsome as he'd been led to believe. Just a carefully crafted reputation. She was unarmed. He had the upper hand. Satisfied, he holstered his weapon. 200,000. No cuts, no tax. Net, not gross. Octavia nodded, her hand still outstretched.
Net, not gross.
The pirate leader took her hand. She had a firm grip for a woman. No, she had a firm grip for a man. Shit!
I'm surprised at your ill-advised audacity, trying to renegotiate with me. I suggest you don't do that again.
Agony jolted up his arm. He yelled as the sound of cracking bones rang out from his hand. Fuck you! The pirate leader said, pulling his other arm back to swing at her. Octavia twisted his hand back and sideways, jolting the pirate leader's wrist. He was flung over on his side, his hand still locked in her grip, falling heavily on the corrugated floor of the cargo bay. Let go of me, you fucking bitch!
150,000, yes?
Her grip tightened again. More cracks. Blood seeped through her fingers as bone fragments pierced skin from the inside out. The pirate leader shrieked and yelled, battering at her arm with his other hand to no avail. She continued to mash his hand. It was as if he was being crushed in a vice. Fear coursed through him. He'd underestimated her. No telling what else she might be capable of. All right, 150. He felt her pressure go, replaced by pain. He yelled again as blood spurted from his ruined fingers. By the time he was able to look up, she was standing over him, looking down with contempt. She was clenching and unclenching her right hand, rubbing her thumb against fingers that were slick with blood. His blood.
The money will be deposited immediately. I suggest you get that seen to.
You'll pay for that, you smug bitch. Pain-fueled anger surged through him. No woman was going to humiliate him like this. He swung a punch at her with his good arm. Octavia grabbed his fist easily, turned the wrist, grabbed his elbow, and threw him sideways. As the pirate dropped to the floor, she rotated her grip in a practiced move. He felt his body spin out of control in a whirl of motion before a yell of agony was ripped out of him. She dislocated his shoulder. A moment later, he felt his body slam into the ground with a stunning thump. She still held his outstretched wrist. Pressure. More pain. He heard a sickening crunch as she broke bones. Screams. His own screams. He felt his head yanked roughly up by the hair.
You just killed your men, too.
She whispered in his ear. Panic now. He had to move. His voice gurgled out something unintelligible. Octavia ignored it. She grasped his head firmly in her hands and gave one final sharp twist before dropping it back, lifeless, to the floor. She stood up, sending a message to her guards.
Negotiations complete. They were generous enough to give us this ship for free. Anything of value?
Well, each ship is worth a handful of credits. Nothing else but cheap junk. There's even a Mach 1 Eagle. Not seen one of them in years.
That's because they're utterly useless. Invite the rest aboard, get them drunk, and dispose of them quietly. Choose one to spread the news. The owner of that Eagle will do. Take the other ships, make preparations for unloading the cargo. I want this all shipped back out within the day.
It shall be done, Dominant.
She looked down at the pirate leader's bloodied body.
Oh, and somebody needs to do some housekeeping.
Octavia cancelled the call with a brief flick of her eyes. She walked back to the canister, pushing the hatch release mechanism. The hatch hissed open, allowing her inside. She smiled as she saw the unblemished pod, running her hands over its smooth surface. A series of illuminated displays appeared on its shiny exterior. Quickly, she located the command sequence to open the pod. She touched it, confirming her request. One message flashed in red, urgent and demanding attention.
Psychometric profile restoration in progress. Interrupting this process may cause memory corruption. Confirm.
I only want your body, sweetness.
She touched on a green circle, indicating in the affirmative. The displays faded into the translucent surface of the pod. There was a click and a faint hiss of equalizing pressure. The top of the pod opened and folded back. Octavia peered over and smiled in satisfaction, taking a long look at the supine body that lay within. She walked a few steps down to the end of the pod, turned, and then languidly traced a finger up the girl's body, starting at her toes and up her shins, walking slowly back the way she had come. 2 fingers were placed across her thigh, rising up to her pelvis, teasingly skirting the dark triangle of hair. Octavia ran her fingertips across the girl's stomach, her hand reversing to gently caress the breast nearest to her, before tracing the outline of the girl's chin, lips, nose, and forehead. Octavia reached in and pulled the small black tab off the girl's forehead. It beeped in complaint, and then fell silent.
Yes, my imperial beauty. You are most suitable. Most suitable indeed.
Hassan watched, peering over the flight deck of his ship, as the intimidating woman and the pirate leader entered the battered rear cargo hold of the Caduceus. Neither of them emerged. Negotiations seemed to be ongoing. After a few minutes, he watched as the rest of the pirates gathered in a small group outside the ships, talking with the guards. Faces seemed relaxed and friendly. Not always a good sign, but reassuring for now. Hassan saw one of the pirates point in the direction of Hassan's ship. One of the guards headed in his direction. Shortly afterwards, there was a bang on the lower exit hatch. Hassan flipped the latches and unwound the vacuum seal. The hatch dropped downwards, revealing the floor of the hangar beneath his ship. The guard was looking up at him.
You're invited aboard. Word is Dominar is happy with the shipment. They're just scanning the finer detail. Beers are cool. You coming?
Got some repairs to make first. Scanner shorted out in the battle. Took a hit on the dorsal plate. Can't fight what I can't see.
Want my techs to take a look at it?
At your hourly rates?
No thanks.
You've got to try.
The guard grinned. He looked appraisingly at the tarnished hull of the old Eagle.
We haven't seen one of these in a while.
She ain't much, Hassan replied with a sigh, looking around at his tatty vessel.
Had one of these when I was a kid. They're not so bad. They keep going and going. Don't buy the Mach 2, yeah?
With the dodgy retros? Yeah, I read about them. Hassan paused. The guard looked aside, towards the entrance doors to the hangar. He nodded, clearly hearing something through his comlink. Hassan could see all the other pirates had left. The guard looked back up. You got a minute? Hassan nodded, and the guard gestured for Hassan to follow him. The guard walked across to the caduceus and up the boarding ramp. Hassan followed him inside. As they turned a corner, Hassan caught sight of the bloodied body of the pirate leader. Shit! Hassan made to run for it, but the guard stopped him with a firm shove. Relax, kid. Your boss just made a stupid mistake asking for more cash. Kinda career limiting, if you know what I mean. Smart money is on getting out of here sharpish. Domina will make sure you're paid up. She's good like that. But you ain't gonna see your bodies again. You following my nav plan? Make yourself scarce. You mean there? Hassan was still looking down at the body on the floor. Yeah. Or worse. Depends on her mood. Worse, I guess. You guys play rough. Who is your boss anyway? Who's this Domina? You don't know? I'm just the gun for hire in this posse. You've heard of Octavia Quinton, right? Octavia Quinton? The guard grinned at him. Now you get it. Can you send me down a fuel canister? Then I don't need to top up the tanks. Sure thing, kid. The guard walked off, leaving Hassan staring after him, nonplussed. He heard the whirring noise as the automech unloaders formed up and headed for the wreck of the caduceus. Octavia Quinton. If I can pull this off. It was now or never. Octavia returned to her sumptuous suite aboard the Basilica. It straddled the main width of the facility, with rooms overlooking the interior docking void on one side and the vista of infinite space on the other. The view of the stars rotated slowly as she watched it for a moment, taking time to pick out the various star systems that she controlled and influenced. It took her a while. The rooms were dimly lit by cunningly concealed lighting, Imperial style, but with modern high-tech touches that Imperial tastes would have shunned. Food outlets, complex restorative cleanliness units, and washing facilities integrated astutely with a panoply of mirrors, some discreet, others full-length and obvious. Servants waited in the recesses and adjoining rooms, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice, supplying any dish from across the known worlds. Holofact displays were much in evidence. Statistics, graphs, monitors, vid feeds. It was clear this wasn't just a place to relax. It was a nerve center of operations. Octavia dismissed her staff with a sharp command and walked into one of the bedrooms, quickly washing her hands. She flexed her right hand as the dried blood was carried away by the cleansing water, examining it absent-mindedly. The skin was a perfect match for her arm. Few knew her secret. She liked it that way. She changed, slipping into a demure flowing gown and dropping her stained garments to the floor. They would be returned to her wardrobe, cleaned and pressed within minutes. An antique brush was employed to adjust her hair, blonde, with the merest hint of added color to hide the advancing years. Hard gray eyes stared back at her as she looked in the mirror. Only a slight sheen of makeup lifted the skin of her face. Satisfied, she walked back out into the suite, settling in a luxurious leather chair facing the view into the galaxy. A brief gesture caused walls to slide into place around her, sealing her in a conveniently private room. The walls were unadorned, giving no hint as to her location. A circular table in front of her glowed, initiating a holofact transmission. A moment later, a ream of technical information streamed rapidly up before her. It had to be a secure call, routed in several redundant directions, encrypted and obfuscated, its origin impossible to trace. Security was everything to an operation like this. The text slowed.
Connection established.
Ms. Quinton. A figure appeared, apparently seated in the chair opposite. It was a comfortable illusion.
Commissioner Nasiva, I trust I've not caught you at an inconvenient time.
Of course not, my dear woman. I was hoping you might call.
Really? And why might that be?
A small matter in the grand scheme of things. I hear there has been some disturbance in the prison system. The Imperials appear to have a little difficulty on their hands.
Most unfortunate for them.
It appears a disastrous coup has taken place. The Imperial family has been wiped out, and the Keone moon now lies in the hands of a sordid group of revolutionaries.
Most unfortunate.
Yes. It appears they were supplied with illegal shipments of stolen Federation weaponry.
Absolutely shocking.
Which reminds me, you've yet to pay for that last operation.
Details, my dear. The tally will be reconciled by month end, as always.
It had better be.
Octavia added, leaning forward ever so slightly. Tenem seemed unfazed.
We do feel somewhat responsible for the situation. We've extended every sympathy to the Imperials, but they've yet to take us up on any offer of help.
How ungrateful of them.
The bastards squirmed like Zeontian bloodworms. They couldn't pin it on us in the slightest.
You say the entire Imperial family was wiped out? I assume you're referring to the Loren lineage?
Every last one. Those peasants even slaughtered the servants and slaves, apparently. Shot them dead. Quite a bloody mess. Serves them right for invading our moon in the first place.
Interesting.
How so?
Interesting. In that I have a member of the Loren lineage aboard right now.
That's impossible. All the bodies were accounted for.
Octavia gestured to an auxiliary display, and with a deft flick of her fingers, sent a small image of the Imperial girl's supine form into the holofact display.
Who is...
She is Lady Kahina Loren, third daughter of Algreb Loren and sole survivor of that unfortunate coup you mentioned.
But...
Someone went to a lot of trouble to ensure she survived the assassination. The Imperials were smuggling her out.
Tenem stared at the screen, his face a mask of fury.
Oh, you didn't know? I take an interest in these little affairs. It's the detail that counts.
Kill her now. If the Imperials...
Now, why would I do that? I dare say the Imperials will be quite concerned that their own little machination has gone awry. They might make me a compelling offer.
How much do you want?
She's not for sale. Not yet, anyway.
What do you intend to do with her?
She's a pretty thing, don't you think? My doctors tell me that the unit in which she is contained allows her memory to be restored. It even allows for that memory to be tweaked. Her personality to be shaped and molded, inclinations and preferences to be made compatible.
Octavia placed a finger on her lips and gently sucked the tip.
You want an Imperial whore? I can have a dozen with you inside a day.
You can be so indelicate at times, Commissioner. My needs are rather more subtle than you might imagine.
You need to kill her. If the Imperials get hold of her...
If she's that valuable, you'd better come up with an offer I can't refuse before they do, hadn't you?
Tenem was about to reply, but Octavia cut him off, cancelling the call. The walls around her folded back, and she stood up and stretched, enjoying the view of thousands of faint remote stars. She ran a hand across herself, shivering with anticipation. Hassan watched the automechs mindlessly carrying out their tasks. They had obviously been instructed to begin unloading the beleaguered Imperial ship almost immediately. As usual, they carried out their tasks without supervision. They trundled up the cargo bay loading ramp in pairs, arranging themselves inside, and then returned carrying out the large canisters. Each was stacked in a neat hexagonal configuration, whereby further sets of the automech would carry them off. Whilst waiting for the fuel to arrive, Hassan had been watching the growing stack of cargo being pilfered from the Caduceus, wondering what was contained within them. He selected one at random and pointed a small device at it. On the device, a coded number appeared. Hassan grinned to himself. He didn't have to wait long. 2 automechs lowered a fuel canister into position outside his vessel and proceeded towards him. As they did so, he pulled the small device out of his pocket again. "Let's see if you are worth it," he muttered to himself, pointing it towards the fuel canister. Another code was displayed. Quickly, he pointed the device back at the canister he'd selected and was rewarded with a further double beep. The automechs approached.
Specify the required destination of canister 45-DMJA-3327.
Just load it into the cargo bay. The automechs spun around on their articulated wheels and trundled back down the loading ramp to the fuel canister they'd just deposited. They moved as if to secure it, and then stopped. One stayed motionless, but the other turned around and moved back towards Hassan. "What's up?"
Specify location of canister 45-DMJA-3327.
Hassan gestured to the growing pile of canisters. "I think you'll find it's over there somewhere. Hurry up, I need to get going." The automech descended the ramp and rattled across the floor of the bay towards the growing stack of canisters, accompanied by its counterpart. Both moved around briefly until they located the canister Hassan had pointed at. Without thought or consideration, they hefted it between them and brought it back to Hassan's ship, depositing it in the cargo bay. In the meantime, Hassan had transferred the identity of the newly acquired canister to the fuel canister still residing outside his ship. The other automechs dutifully came and retrieved it, placing it with the others from the Caduceus. Hassan shook his head with a rueful grin. Artificial intelligence was dumb, automechs especially so. There was some lore about keeping it that way that he vaguely recalled from sim school. The cargo decryptor had cost him several months' hard training, but it had worked. Now, to get out of here. Octavia arranged for the canister with the Imperial girl in it to be separated from the rest of the cargo stolen from the Caduceus. The remaining canisters were quickly loaded aboard other vessels, ready to be fenced off to other systems at inflated prices. There had been an eclectic mix of foodstuffs and luxuries aboard, spares for Loren's lavish celebration. They would fetch a tidy profit. Her two primary guards stood awaiting her arrival. The senior guard said as she arrived, "The pirates have been entertained. The launch ship will carry your message as requested. He's just made the jump out."
Excellent.
Octavia nodded, and then gestured to the remaining canister.
Open it, and take the pod to my chambers.
The guard stepped up to the canister, prodding the hatch release. It swung back with a hiss. Inside were tightly packed tubular metal bottles, all bearing a common warning. Caution: liquidized hydrogen. Observe safety protocol 26645-5A. The guard quickly ran an identity scan of the canister, turning to face Octavia in complete bewilderment.
Where is my pod?
I don't understand.
Octavia stepped up to inspect the interior of the canister, her fingers clenching into fists.
Where did this fuel come from? There was none on the manifest. It was foodstuffs and luxuries.
Yes?
The commander of the Eagle ordered fuel, but he couldn't have.
Swap the ID codes? Clearly he could. You festering fool! Weren't you supervising the operation?
The automechs were.
She grabbed him by the throat and propelled him backwards against the side of the canister.
You let him steal from me? You let a flux-sucking lowbird steal my prize?
The guard struggled to say something, but he was given no reprise. She pulled back, slamming his head against the canister again and again. Even up to the third time he tried to free himself. A stomach-turning wet crunch followed the fourth impact, and his body went limp in her grasp. Eventually, she threw the body to the floor in disgust and turned her attention to the second guard, who was still standing, pale-faced, behind her. He was watching the pool of dark red blood spreading from the mangled head of his erstwhile superior.
Find that ship and bring it back intact. Immediately! And I want the pilot alive.
Chapter 5. The 3-kilometer mass of Hiram's anchorage swept past on the forward viewer. As usual, the immense facility was surrounded by freighters, either empty and inward bound, docked, unloading tantalite ore, having risen from the surface of Keone, or loading up with refined tantalum ready to head back out of the system. From this vantage point in high orbit, it was difficult to make out the mining operations on the northern hemisphere. They were obscured by the wispy cloud formations that drifted across the world. Between the freighters, a panoply of smaller ships zipped around. Refuelers, small restaurant ships, advertising droid boards, and the freighter's fighter escorts. A salvage gang could be seen dismantling a series of old wrecks and breaking them for parts and alloys. It was easy to tell the different factions apart based on their design. Imperial ships with smooth organic lines and flowing curves, Federation ships with bold, stark, and functional form. The Alliance vessels were a blend of the two, resulting in some oddly configured vessels. Dolk left the docking arrangements to the autopilot as he continued to watch the vista unfolding before him. He looked past Hiram's anchorage with a grim expression on his face. The big station was functional, a mining and refining platform custom built by the Mastopolis Mining Corporation and brought in by the Imperials 3 years before. Even their designers had been unable to tame its aesthetics to something pleasing. There was only so much you could do with an industrial facility. Inside, it was little different. Vast processing plants and power amenities composed the bulk of the interior, with only a relatively small section reserved for recreation, food and lodging. The rest was taken up by docking facilities for the large number of ships the station handled on a daily basis. It was also heavily defended. Mining operations were lucrative, and whilst there had been no historic trouble in the Prism system, Hiram's anchorage was more than capable of defending itself from any who had a desire to help themselves. A huge rotating habitat ring completed the monstrous facility.
One day, the Tantalite will be exhausted. Then things will change.
Dulk smiled to himself. If all went well, things would change far sooner than that. The surface shuttle orientated itself towards a docking bay and flew inwards, latching into place with smooth precision. Dulk disembarked, quickly threading his way towards the rotating habitation levels of the station. Here, at least, life was reasonably luxurious. His cabin featured a circular orifice that scrolled open to reveal a breathtaking view of Keone, slowly turning in the view with the rotation of the habitation ring. Daedalian could be seen slowly rising behind it, lightning crackling from a major storm raging in its atmosphere. Dulk had yet to take a trip to that massive world. Totally covered by endless ocean, there was no great scenery to admire, but some of the animals that inhabited its almost unfathomable seas were magnificent beasts by all accounts. He'd a desire to take a classic old moray sub-aqua vessel and go hunting, pitting his wits against those behemoths.
Perhaps one day.
Dulk surveyed Keone for a long moment. From this vantage point, it looked unspoiled, virgin, very much as he remembered it back in the days before the appropriation. The most pleasant parts of the world were in the southern hemisphere, where a series of archipelagos dotted the Garian Sea. He'd just come from one such series of islands, New Ithaca, the location of the Lorenz now defiled imperial palace. The north was dominated by a large continent and a vast plateau thrust high above the surrounding land. It was dry and barren for the most part, bordered by steppes and then dry grasslands before a narrowing promontory of land at the equator provided enough moisture to support lush forests. That plateau played host to the mining operation, conveniently far enough away from habitable areas so as not to be a source of irritation. It was, nonetheless, a scar on the surface. A holofac transmitter in the suite chimed softly and illuminated. Dulk expected the call. He gestured in acknowledgement and turned to face his visitor as he materialized in the middle of the room. Dulk bowed in the customary way, acknowledging the Imperial Ambassador, Cuthric Delaney. As usual, he was decorated in his Imperial regalia, his tiara now even more flamboyant than before.
Ambassador, I'm honored to receive your communication. Revered servant of the Empire.
Cuthric bowed, just a fraction less low than Dulk, an acknowledgement of their relative status in Imperial society.
Patron Dulk, always a pleasure.
I trust all is well.
Alas, it is not.
What do you mean?
The Caduceus has not made its scheduled rendezvous here.
Dulk's face fell.
Not made.
Once it was overdue, we sent out a scout to search for it. Wideband communications being ill-advised.
And?
The scout has just reported back. Debris from Imperial fighters was located in a dark system en route. There was no sign of the Caduceus at all. It would appear your audacious plan has run into something of a setback.
Ambushed. It couldn't have been a chance encounter. Which dark system?
Cuthric gestured, and the holofac before him expanded to create a three-dimensional map of the nearby systems.
Wreckage was found here,
Cuthric said, indicating a point about 1/3 of the way between Prism and Haoria. Dulk thought hard.
You say there was no sign of the Caduceus?
None that could be detected. Dulk rubbed his chin and turned back to the circular window, staring out at Keone.
Without the girl, our claim is legally unsupportable. A confrontation with the Federation will be unavoidable. We cannot afford to lose such a significant source of tantalum. Our ambitions in this sector cannot be thwarted.
How much time have I got?
2 weeks. It will require that long to arrange a force sufficient to overwhelm the Federation presence. You believe she's still alive?
You say the Caduceus wasn't found. It's been taken. This was no random strike of bad luck or lucky happenstance on behalf of a hapless pirate. Somebody knew what we were doing. Somebody with close ties to this system.
Federation spies are talented fiends.
Not the Federation. They believe they've killed her. It's not in their interest to keep her alive. Somebody else has her. Somebody who...
He looked back at the Holofax system chart, his eyes tracing the route between the stars. Then he turned back to Cuthrick.
I will leave immediately.
Your plan?
Find her and bring her back, naturally. Re-establish the lineage.
And where do you intend to look? How would you find one girl amongst billions? Dozens of inhabited systems.
I've got a pretty shrewd idea where to start. There are few hereabouts who have the means and audacity to snatch an Imperial convoy out of space.
Cuthrick nodded and bowed. Dulk acknowledged with a slightly lower bow.
2 weeks, Patron Dog. We cannot risk a delay. Keone must be ours again.
The Holofax communication ended, leaving Dulk alone. He slung on his thick leather traveling cloak and checked the holster for his Whittaker twinlock before striding purposefully out of the suite and heading towards the docking levels. Light crackled in the depths of empty space. A ship appeared for a brief moment before being lost to sight. Shrewd observers would have seen it reappear thousands of kilometers from its previous position. The process repeated a number of times, the ship tracking randomly across the vast expanses of empty space, a faint glow emanating from its drives. Hassan had already shut down every non-essential system aboard his Eagle. Next came the drives, shields, and the astrogation systems. Even the navigation lights were extinguished. The heat vents cooled from a fiery orange through cherry to deep mauve, and then finally a dull grey. The ship drifted impotently in the deep void, unseen and virtually undetectable. With no discernible energy emission, the Eagle wouldn't appear on a passive scan at all. Even an active scan would show it as an inanimate object, a rock or other similar space debris. Hassan even let the ship tumble gently around its central axis to further support the illusion. He sat and watched the passive scanners for almost an hour before he was satisfied he'd made good his escape. The cockpit cooled, condensation freezing on the inside of the canopy with a faint crackle. He'd done it. He'd lifted contraband from the most feared crime boss in this part of space. Now he'd command respect with the guild for sure. He grinned and leant back in his flight chair, wistfully gazing out across the light years, hands behind his head, whistling jauntily. He accessed the onboard inventory systems, querying the hold and running a check on its contents. The computer paused for a long moment before responding.
Hold inventory. 1-ton capacity canister. Contains 1 ton South Kruger through space hermetic biosupport pod.
Hassan blinked at the display. He had no idea what the description meant. Saud Kruger was a high-tech, high-cost manufacturer of luxury items. He gestured for more information. The computer responded a second time.
South Kruger through space hermetic biosupport pod. Manifest error. Internal cargo type unknown.
He'd have to set down in order to have a look. It was too risky to open a cargo pod in 0G if he didn't know what it contained. The system map indicated a small rocky planet not too far away. It wasn't inhabited. It was just used as a waymarker for hyperspace navigation. He counted the rotation of his ship and nudged it in a new direction. The cargo bay of the Talon was nothing like the size of the one within the Caduceus. The Eagle was a small vessel, originally a single-person multi-role ship aimed at the impecunious end of the market. They were no longer manufactured and were now very firmly in the not quite a classic and a notch above an old wreck category. They had 3 particular virtues. They were cheap, reliable, and easy to repair. Hundreds of thousands of the things had been made, so parts were still readily available. It was outclassed by pretty much everything short of a lifter, but at this price point, nothing could beat it. The cargo bay was cramped, with space for only 4 of the standard issue freight canisters once all the necessary flight equipment took up its fair share of space. Yes, you could squeeze a little more in if you had to, but only a mad sadomasochist would venture into space without an autopilot and some form of weaponry. The small cockpit of the ship naturally sat on the center line of the vessel, but the interior was arranged such that the cargo bay was located towards the rear of the hull, with the rest of the space below the cockpit being assigned to a simple combined living, eating, and sleeping area. Hassan watched the rocky surface of the planet rise up towards him as he gently guided the ship downwards. The landing gear unfolded and extended, adjusting for the uneven terrain. A moment later, the contact lights turned green, and the ship settled amidst a brief flurry of dust. Hassan looked at the G-meter. It was reading 0.3, enough to be useful. He cut power to the drives and the main power plant. Hassan lowered himself from the cockpit into the living area, ignoring the ladder that led between the two levels. On connecting with the hull plates, his boots clamped onto the floor, providing additional stability. Thus secured, he made his way backwards through the ship until he reached the hatch to the cargo bay. The pilfered canister remained where the automechs had stored it, bolted securely to the floor and vertical struts of the bay. He stomped his way across to inspect it. The canister seemed quite mundane, its exterior marked with dents and rust. Canisters were general-purpose devices used for years and years before eventually being recycled. Hassan thumped the release with the back of his hand, and the canister's hatch groaned and swung open. Inside, the canister was pretty much empty. Hassan felt a crushing disappointment. He'd hoped for exotic luxuries, maybe silks or spices, given the nature of the Imperial ship he'd helped to ambush. Not that the cargo mattered as long as he could demonstrate the audacity of his heist. But if it was just an empty canister, there'd be nothing even to fence. Then, as his eyes adjusted, he saw the white pod. It lay secured in the very center. He stepped closer. It was featureless and smooth-surfaced, like nothing he'd seen before. There were no obvious control points or interface. After a brief inspection, he ran his hands over the exterior. As he did so, holofact displays appeared, providing a series of what looked to be medical diagnostic readouts. For the most part, they appeared green, but two were showing red. They were complex and technical. Hassan had no idea what they might mean. One control was obvious, though. Open, close. Obvious enough. Let's see. Hassan pointed his finger at it tentatively, and then stood back. There was a brief hiss, and then the pod split in two, the top folding back in a smooth ballet of sophisticated mechanical design. He looked in. Whoa. A naked woman lay there, shrouded in a thin mist of slowly rising vapor. Hassan peered over the edge of the pod in bemusement. She was entirely still, save for the gentle rise and fall of her chest. After a moment, he stretched out his arm and reached towards her. As he did so, her eyes snapped open, and she looked across at him. Her stare was feral, fierce and wild. Hassan stumbled back as she emitted a blood-curdling shriek. Noise. The blistering discharge of weapons. The fear of capture. Heart pumping with exertion. Running. Fleeing. Panic. Desperation and despair. The possibility of reprieve cruelly dashed away. Confrontation. Defiance. Pain. Her chest on fire. Metal against bone. Swirling darkness followed by nothing. Until an arm, reaching towards her out of the darkness. Fingers outstretched, grasping, reaching. She screamed in terror. The arm disappeared out of her sight. Everything was blurred. She could see little but a white glow surrounding her, with a small rectangle of darkness within which was the vague outline of an unfamiliar dark-skinned face. She screamed again, her body convulsing, contorting into a fetal position, save for her arms, which wildly thrashed about trying to find some purchase within the whiteness. Cold. So cold. Her fingers found an edge, and she pulled herself up, only to overbalance and fall into a dizzying spin, interrupted by a hard, unforgiving surface. She could see dark, rust-stained, corrugated metal within the narrow limits of her vision. Bile rose in her throat, and she vomited. Acid burning her throat and mouth, retching hard, unable to control the spasms that jerked her body. Ahead, she could see a space. Somewhere to hide? She heard a sound, the stomp of a metal-plated boot adjusting its position. She rolled her head around. A figure stood over her. She heard a voice, but the words were unintelligible and painful to her ears. She shrieked in defiance, squashing her hands to her head to block out the sound and the discomfort. Stumbling to her feet, she staggered away, tripping across the threshold of the darkness into a wider space. Lights looked painfully bright and harsh. She squinted, seeing more clearly now. She recognized nothing, spinning around to try and get her bearings. The movement unbalanced her, sending her careening wildly about, before succumbing to the inevitable and ending up sprawled across the floor again. It hurt, the pain overriding everything else. Hassan had almost brained himself on the interior of the canister. Inside the confined space, the woman's shriek had been deafening. He blundered backwards, falling against the inside, watching with shock as the woman raged madly, lurched up out of the pod, and then fell with a yelp before heaving and spewing her guts out all over the floor. She jerked and shook as if having a seizure. Hassan instinctively moved towards her. "Hold it! I'm only trying to help." At the sound of his voice, she clasped her hands to her head and screeched even louder. Her voice a harpy-like rasp of sound that made him wince, his ears ringing painfully. She crawled forward, gathering momentum, and managed briefly to get to her feet before spinning around and collapsing full length on the floor of the cargo bay in a slow-motion whirl of uncoordinated limbs. The fall seemed to stun her. She lay, gasping for breath, prone and shaking upon the decking. Hassan slowly ventured around her, crouching down and not getting too close, hoping not to alarm her further by slowly moving into her field of view. He held his hand out, palm down, trying to reassure the strange woman. "Hey, just take it easy." He saw her clench her eyes tight shut at the sound of his voice and lowered it further. Her left arm flailed about for a moment before seizing up. He could see the tendons and muscles taut against her skin. "I'm not going to hurt you." Her body trembled from head to toe. He could see goose pimples rising across her skin. The cargo bay was cool. She must be freezing. She threw up again and rolled onto her side. "Don't move, yeah? I'll get you something." She tried to move, but her muscles were knotted and locked. The face appeared again. The instinct to flee almost overpowered her again. She tried to move, but nothing would respond. Dizziness came in an overwhelming rush, spinning, whirling, and twisting, going round and round, and her stomach clenched. Bile rose, burning in her throat. Pain speared her midriff. Then the cold bit into her flesh. Freezing. Why? Where was she? What had happened? Thoughts flew into her head and dissolved before she caught them. Anger rose, turned to fear, and evaporated into bewilderment. Answers danced just beyond her reach. She shrieked her frustration. Something touched her, and she jerked in fear. More words. The voice was back. This time, it made a little sense. Wrap them around her. They'll keep you warm. Something wrapped her. The cold faded away, save where she was in contact with the ground. It felt good. Comforting. She slipped back, drifting towards unconsciousness. A panicked thought crossed her mind, and she searched her memory in vain. She should remember. Why couldn't she remember? Anger and frustration boiled over, and she screeched out her questions before yielding to the darkness rolling around her. Hassan had retrieved a couple of insulating blankets from a storage locker. They hadn't been used in a long time and smelled stale, but they were better than nothing. Heating failures on ships weren't unknown, and it was best to be prepared. He gently covered the woman with them, pulling them across her. "Can you wrap them around you? They'll keep you warm." There was a flicker of recognition in her eyes this time, and Hassan saw her relax a fraction. She grasped at the blankets clumsily, propping herself up. He saw her eyes flicker from one side to another in rapid succession. Then she looked straight at him and spoke for the first time.
Who am I?
Hassan shook his head.
"Lady, you tell me."
What is this place?
"Take it easy."
He moved towards her.
Don't kill me, please.
Her eyes suddenly rolled up in her head, and she fainted. Hassan surveyed her for a moment before shaking his head. There was nothing in the flight manual about dealing with insane naked women aboard your ship. None of this made sense. It was illegal to carry slaves in the local systems, and slaves weren't carried in isolation anyway. It wasn't profitable. He had no idea who the woman might be. One thing was clear enough, though. She wasn't a nice, straightforward cargo of luxuries he could sell at the next stopover for a fat profit. She was trouble. Octavia's newly promoted second-in-command guard hesitated briefly before asking permission to enter her suite aboard the Basilica. His predecessor had been clumsy and foolish, but trusting the automechs to do their job was a natural response to the need to quickly unload a large vessel. The cargo had to be moved and sold on before it could be logged as stolen. That meant hours rather than days. There was no time to perform a detailed inspection of every canister. Clearly, Octavia had some special interest in part of the haul. What that was, neither he nor his predecessor knew. The rest of the cargo was secondary. He'd not make the same mistake in determining her priorities. Unfortunately, he had only bad news to report, but he felt confident he'd done everything he could. Octavia should see things in the same manner. She'd always been a supremely effective leader, organized, her attention to detail almost legendary. She never suffered fools for long. Cold and unemotional, harsh but strong. Yet, in recent months, something was awry. He took a deep breath and announced his presence. The door to the suite opened immediately. Octavia was waiting for him. She faced outwards, looking out of the composite windows to the distant stars. She turned as he entered, striding across to him.
Progress.
We've been unable to locate the vessel. The hyperspace trace was inconclusive by the time we reached the jump-out point.
Octavia stiffened, but said nothing.
I sent scouts to all the nearby jump points and systems. Active scans show no sign of the ship. None of our listening posts have seen any comm traffic or unauthorized travel. I've advised our contacts in all the major trading ports to watch for the ship.
Octavia looked away for a moment, thinking it through.
He's gone dark.
That would be my guess too, Domino. He could be nearby, but until he moves...
He can't hang out there indefinitely. But a small ship like that...
might slip through our surveillance.
Who is he?
The guard gestured, and a holophag image of a young man with dark skin and long, lanky hair appeared in the space between them.
Hassan Farouk Sharma. Reads as a simple trader. No previous. Basic ship, nothing special. Mostly harmless. An opportunist, I'd say.
And just a boy. The recklessness of youth. I want him found and brought back here.
I've taken the liberty of putting out a contract.
Bounty hunters?
It's the fastest way to find him.
Be clear that he must be alive and the cargo unmolested.
It might help if I knew what the cargo was.
It is valuable and it is mine. It is not to be touched. That is all that should concern you. Keep me informed.
The guard retreated, relieved to be still in one piece. He was wise enough to know it would be a temporary state of affairs unless that canister and the boy were returned soon. Hassan decided he couldn't just leave the woman in the cargo bay. She hadn't regained consciousness. She might be sick or dying. After some consideration, he decided to move her to his quarters, where there was some basic medical equipment. It mostly went to plan. She might not weigh very much in such low gravity, but she still had mass, something he had never really appreciated before having to manhandle an unconscious body through his ship. It was not a graceful operation. Having wrestled her into place in the spare bunk, he turned his attention to the onboard medicom. It was able to diagnose and treat a limited array of uniquely space-oriented maladies. Radiation treatment was one, along with a series of wide-spectrum antibiotics, anti-nausea drugs, and painkillers. He clipped the monitors onto the woman's fingertips and was rewarded with a display of diagnostic information on her health. It all looked pretty normal to him. He cleaned her face with antiseptic wipes and left her to the medicomp. The machine ran an identity scan as a matter of course. Hassan waited for the results with interest, keen to know who his stowaway was and if she was okay.
Error. No tag, memreg, or subcutaneous identity found. Warning. Biometric record not on file. Warning. No GAL standard bioimmunity present. Status. Vital signs nominal. Blood sugar and fluid levels low.
Hassan sat back and blew a long strand of hair out of his face. She was healthy enough, but this was a puzzle. No tag, no chip, not even standard bioimmunity. If she were a slave, she'd have been tagged with her owner's identity, but he'd already guessed she wasn't a slave. And no chip meant she couldn't be a Federation or Imperial citizen. Not an ordinary one at any rate. But no standard bio. All space travelers had the jab as a matter of routine. She wasn't a passenger. She wasn't a slave, and this must be her first trip into space. Stowaways were an occasional fact of life, but he'd never heard of one who came with her own storage pod. Or, for that matter, without clothes. Her hair was neatly trimmed. Her skin soft, with nails perfectly manicured. She was no stowaway. Hassan patted the Cowl 55 at his side. Best to be prepared. She could be anyone. He was spared any further speculation. She came to with a choking cough, her eyes opening and quickly latching onto him. This time, the gaze from her grey eyes was steady. She stared at him for a long moment before looking around herself.
It's okay. Just take it slow, okay?
The woman seemed to recognize him from before.
Where am I?
She demanded, fixing her eyes on him once more. This time he immediately noticed that her voice had a strong imperial tone with its characteristic musical lilt. It was clipped, precise, and tutored.
So much for the Alliance world. You're aboard the Talon.
She looked around again, taking in the dingy, cramped cabin.
I was... a what? A Talon? What's a Talon?
It's a ship. You're on board a ship.
How did I get here?
Her face bore a completely innocent expression for a moment, but then distrust grew and spread across her features.
A ship? What am I doing on a ship?
That is a very good question.
Who are you?
Name's Hassan. I am the commander.
A commander?
She looked unconvinced. She sat up slowly and then became aware she wore nothing aside from the blankets that Hassan had covered her in.
Where are my clothes? What is this? How dare you?
Nothing to do with me, lady. Hassan grabbed a spare pair of flight overalls and chucked them in her direction. Here, knock yourself out. She took them, turning them around appraisingly for a moment. She gave them a cautious sniff and then wrinkled her nose in disgust.
These are... oh, they won't do. Find me something else.
It's all there is. Make do.
I'm not a servant that you can dress me in rags. You will find me appropriate attire.
No, I won't. Wear those or wear nothing. Either way works for me.
You dare speak to me in such a tone?
My ship, my rules, lady. The woman inspected the flight suit at arm's length with an expression of haughty distaste before looking up at him.
I require privacy. You are dismissed.
Oh, I am I? Real generous of you.
Go.
Hassan considered explaining how he'd had to maneuver her naked body across the deck, but thought better of it. He left the living quarters, climbing back up into the cockpit. He gave her a couple of minutes and then returned. She was sitting on the edge of the bunk now, wearing the overalls, looking around her. She sat straight, shoulders back, and head erect. So, just what are you doing on my ship, lady? She fixed him with an arrogant look and started speaking confidently in her haughty accent.
You will address me in the proper manner. I am...
She faltered, and a look of panic crossed her face before she looked down in puzzlement and tried again.
I can't remember.
Aha. And I'm guessing you don't know where you're from, either.
Of course I do. I'm not a fool.
Go on, then.
I come from... What's happening? Why can't I remember? What have you done to me? All this nonsense about being on a ship. You're lying. You've kidnapped me.
She jumped to her feet and swung clumsily at him. Any doubts in Hassan's mind as to whether she'd really been off-planet before were cleared aside. She lurched forward, overbalancing in the low gravity, trying to stop her forward motion before ending up sprawled at his feet after a slow bounce.
That's not...
She looked around her in bewilderment. Hassan laughed at her predicament.
Mass ain't the same as weight, lady.
How many times did they drum that into us in flight school? Hassan held out a hand, aiming to steady her. She grasped it and then twisted instinctively. Hassan found himself thrown back against the bulkhead wall, a blast of acute pain shooting up his arm. Before he could stop it, her other hand raked across his face, nails gouging his skin. She made to escape, but miscalculated how quickly she could move. Without gravity boots, she had no purchase on the floor. It was too much for Hassan. He punched her hard, sending her reeling back across the narrow space to fall back onto the bunk with a yelp. He pulled his .55 out and trained it on her. "Shit, woman!" he yelled, dabbing at the traces of blood welling up from the cuts in his face, wincing at the throbbing pain in his right wrist. "I should pitch you out the fucking airlock!"
Let me go,
she answered, getting back unsteadily to her feet, warily watching the gun, a bruise already forming on her cheek. "You can breathe in a vacuum, can you? Airlock's that way. Be my guest. It'll be nice and quick." She frowned, considering his words, looking around the cabin again.
I'm really on a ship.
"Yeah, my ship. If I could let you go, I would. But there's no way out right now. Got it?"
I get it.
"And next time you try and attack me, you get a whack upside your head. We clear?" She nodded slowly, sitting back down on bunk. "Glad that's settled." He reholstered the .55 and then wiped his face with one of the medipads, looking cautiously at her. "Can we stop with the violence thing already? Bullets do bad things inside a ship." She nodded, rubbing her own cheek.
I didn't mean... I just don't understand.
"All right. Sorry I hit you. We'll figure it out, yeah? One thing at a time. Pax?" He stretched out his hand.
Pax.
They warily shook hands. He helped her to her feet, and and she took another look around at the stained and tired interior of the cabin. Hassan took a pair of boots out of a locker. Here, put these on. They'll help. She took the proffered footwear. They were ungainly, heavy-looking items. As she slipped her feet into them, they tightened and shrank. She placed her feet on the floor, and the boots clicked into place. Mag boots. Stops you floating off. Come on, this way. He led her to the rear hatch, and they stepped through, ducking through the narrow egress. She looked quite comical as she struggled to adjust to the sharp clamp and reclamp of the boots on the metal flooring. The hatchway led into the bay. He saw her stare around this larger space. She seemed unable to recognize what she saw. Imagining it through her eyes, he was struck by how grimy and time-worn it looked, full of tarnished machinery, pipes, connectors, and all manner of controls, decorated with the occasional light. He saw her react as the faint, reverberating thrum of activity reached her ears. In front of her sat the massive container with a hatchway open at one end.
Is this really what the inside of a spaceship looks like?
This is a working ship, not a pleasure craft. Cargo bay, cargo canister, exit ramp and airlock. Do not touch when we're in space, otherwise you die horribly. Any questions? She shook her head. Back the other way. He turned on his heel. She looked at him as he signaled for her to follow him back through the hatchway into the cabin. Once there, he jumped onto the ladder, the only other way out of the room. Follow me. Do exactly what I do and take it slow. Any funny business and I brain you. Got it? She watched as Hassan slowly climbed up the ladder out of the living quarters. As his feet rose above her, he gestured for her to follow. She stepped onto the ladder and moved up behind him. The ladder led up a short distance through another circular hatchway into the rear of an even smaller space. As she climbed up, she could see two complex metal chairs in front of her, bolted to the floor. They were positioned one behind the other. Hassan had already swung himself into the one at the front. Around the chairs, the room was festooned with a bewildering array of instruments, displays and controls, backlit with a comforting soft orange glow. They framed a large canopy through which... Oh. She stared, her mouth dropping open. She hadn't really believed it until now. Beyond the window was a backdrop of absolute darkness, spangled with thousands upon thousands of tiny points of light, some bright and sharp, others faint and dim. It was crystal clear, without a hint of fuzziness. Each point was cold and hard, with not even the barest flicker. As she began to take it in, she made out patches of faint color, filaments of wisps of tenuous material between the stars. Space. Infinite space. It was cold and harsh, but somehow mesmerizing, enchanting, bewitching. Even the air in the cockpit was cool. She shivered. As she stood up, she could see the dim outline of a close rocky horizon, faintly illuminated by the light of the stars.
I really am on a ship,
she said softly, still gazing out at the windows. Her expression was a mix of fear, awe, and disconsolation. Hassan pressed a control, and his seat swung around 180 degrees. He gestured to the other seat and guided her into it, showing her how to pull the straps in around her. Then he sat back and regarded her. So, lady, what were you doing in that pod?
Pod?
The pod you were in, lying there like you was dead. A sword, striking forward abruptly. A roughened hand, grasping a hilt. Pain and blood. She gasped, struggling to hold the faint flash of memory. She ran her hand against her chest inside the flight suit. Her fingers traced the faintest of scars on her skin. A small, diagonal mark, almost undetectable.
I can't remember.
Well, that ain't good enough. You've stowed away on my ship. You've no ID, no memory, and I'm in a shitload of trouble as a result.
Why? I've done nothing. Have I?
Smuggling people is illegal around these parts. Your pod was inside the canister. That big metal thing with the hatch in the cargo bay? I stole it. It was supposed to be something worth having. Instead, I got you.
Thank you for the compliment. Stolen? You're a pirate?
No, I'm not a bloody pirate. Maybe that's technically true, but I'm not doing it again, so it doesn't count, does it?
You just said you stole me. You are a pirate.
I didn't know it was you, did I? I didn't steal you on purpose.
Where from? Tell me.
Hassan rolled his eyes. Listen, it's complex.
Tell me.
There was a fierce determination about her manner. Whoever she was used to giving orders. I joined in an ambush on an Imperial ship, helped disable it.
Imperial?
You know who the Imperials are, right? Strutting overdressed toadies, obsessed with appearance above everything? Belatedly, he remembered her accent. She glared at him. No offense.
I know who the Imperials are.
She stopped again, groaning with frustration, pressing her hands against her head and squeezing her eyes shut for a moment.
Why can't I remember? Why in the void did you attack an Imperial ship?
I needed a rep. I can't join the Traders Guild until I've got a rep. I didn't know you'd stowed away on board.
It was my ship. You attacked my ship. That's what it takes to get this rep of yours, is it?
No. Listen, I needed to prove I could pull off something big. I figured if I could pinch some Imperial cargo, I could fence it in Federation space. It would show the Guild that I had the right stuff.
And?
There was a contract. Cash, no questions asked. I didn't know what the deal was. I just had to help with an ambush. I figured we'd just pinch the cargo and I'd help myself. But it ended up we only disabled your ship and towed it to some pirate base. The cargo was for someone else. Someone else wanted the ship you were on.
So, you deliberately ambushed my ship without even knowing why?
I didn't care.
So who did care?
Our customer. A woman called Octavia Quinton.
And who is she?
Pretty much the meanest, most ruthless crime boss in this whole sector. She controls pretty much everything hereabouts. The Guild was set up to counter her stranglehold on trade.
So, how did we end up here?
I stole a cargo canister from her, and you were in it.
You stole cargo from a ruthless crime boss?
The Guild hates her. I couldn't leave empty-handed, could I? I figured if I could swindle her, the Guild would have to let me in.
It makes sense,
doesn't it?
That's the most stupid plan I've ever heard in my life.
The woman's voice was now stiff with anger. Hassan felt his stomach cramp in anxiety. Maybe she's right. If I had a nice case of luxuries to trade rather than a crazy flux-stained woman with no ID, I'd still have a plan. You're the one who's messed this up.
I've messed it up. You're the one who stole me from wherever I was going.
Hassan thumped his chair in frustration, looking aside. The woman looked at him expectantly.
So, this Octavia woman of yours is going to be looking for us then?
You think? Guess why we're hiding out here in the void? Maybe I should take you back? Try to explain? She might understand. No, stupid idea. So, come on. Why the hell were you in that pod?
I don't know.
You must know. Think for Randomius' sake. What do you remember before being here?
I told you, I can't remember anything.
Listen, lady.
Stop calling me lady. I have a name.
She paused, fighting back unexpected tears again, before dissolving into sobs of pure frustration.
I had a name. I had a name.
All right. Time out. Let's figure this through. Better give you a name for starters. She shrugged, wiping at her eyes and regaining her composure. Hassan thought about it for a moment. Got it. Salome.
Salome?
She experimented with the sound of the name, frowning and suspicious.
Why? What does that mean?
My sister had a cat called Salome. Proud, aloof, annoying, and bloody sharp claws. Suits you perfectly. Her lip curled in anger before a confused look crossed her face.
What's a cat?
What's a... Never mind the sodding cat. We've got to figure out what the hell we're going to do. A holofact chart appeared between them. We're here, he said, pointing to a glowing reference mark in the midst of the chart. Salome could see a number of systems marked, connected to each other by faint green lines. You've got an Imperial accent, so I figure you come from the Empire.
The Empire? Yes, I'm sure of it.
He waved at the chart and it moved. Systems drifted off to one side and disappeared, with fresh ones appearing on the other. This is Imperial space. Recognize anything? Salome examined the chart carefully. It did seem vaguely familiar, but none of the system names jolted any memories.
Where was my ship when you attacked it?
Hassan waved the chart back again. Here. Salome looked again, but shrugged hopelessly.
It's meaningless.
Well, we've got to make ourselves scarce, and soon. Octavia will expect us to dock someplace. Probably got all the local systems marked already. We need to go somewhere busy and get lost in the background. Somewhere she can't operate. He gestured to the chart and it shrank, zooming out to show a wider view of the surrounding systems.
Imperial space?
Octavia's no friend of the Empire. She works mostly for the Feds when it suits her.
The Empire lays claim to most of this. She operates around the edge, giving the Feds inroads. We'll be safer in there. Closer to wherever you come from, too. Maybe we'll figure out who you are. She nodded in agreement. Hassan pulled up the system catalog, scanning down the list of systems. This looks good. Ferencia. It's independent, but friendly to the Empire. Busy trading hub. Lots of imports and exports. Plenty of ships just like us.
We can hide for a bit, snag the transponder, and re-register. Maybe even swap to another ship.
How long will that take?
Have to do it in stages. Don't worry, I've got a plan.
Is it going to be better than your last plan?
Hassan shot her an unfriendly look. The memory of his brother's face filtered into his mind. That's because your plans are always crazy. Someone ends up getting hurt. Still got that airlock? Don't you forget it.
Chapter 6. Another vessel approached the Basilica, slowing to a drift. It was bigger than the previous set of fighters that had approached just a day before, but not as large as the Imperial cutter they had ambushed. It was an Asp, a vessel capable of handling a sustained combat, small enough to evade turret fire, yet big enough to pack a formidable array of ordnance. Expert eyes would have seen that the ship was deployed in an interceptor configuration. It could function equally well as a warship, or in an anti-fighter role. This one featured a loadout aimed at taking down smaller ships. A bounty hunter. Dolk eyed the dark bulk of the Basilica with a practiced eye. Whilst he knew of Octavia by reputation, it would be interesting to meet her face to face. Given what she'd managed to amass in the last few decades, it was clear that she wasn't to be underestimated. Her control of trade across the nearby systems was draconian, something that he'd used indirectly to his advantage in order to smuggle weapons to the reclamists on Keone. She was the unofficial arm of the Federation in these parts, tacitly supporting them in undermining the interests of the Empire. Dolk had a low opinion of the bounty hunter profession in general. He regarded them as opportunists, feeding off the misfortune of others, extending the cycle of revenge and retribution time and again. It was particularly galling to have to masquerade as one, but he had no other choice. Coup de grace to Basilica. Request docking clearance.
A searchlight flashed out, illuminating Dolk's vessel for a few brief seconds.
State your business, coup de grace.
Hoping to serve and assist with Auntie's family woes.
Basilica to coup de grace. Proceed. Docking in berth 21.
Dolk watched as the gated defenses of the Basilica rolled aside, revealing the interior space. He couldn't see the multitude of weapons trained on his ship, but he knew they were there. It wouldn't do to discount them. He slowly guided his ship towards the selected bay, taking a good look around as he did so. Octavia was already at the top of his list of suspects for having ambushed the Caduceus on its way out of Keone. That she'd issued a contract shortly afterwards seemed too much of a coincidence. It gave him a chance to have a poke around at the very least. Most of the docking bays were empty, but a few were occupied. He could see flickering flashes of light coming from one bay and squinted at it. As he drew level, he could see that automecs were working on repairing a ship. It had familiar lines, an Imperial cutter with a damaged starboard nacelle. Was it the Caduceus? He couldn't be sure. The hull plates were too small to resolve at this distance, and he'd raise suspicions by triggering an active scan. If so, Octavia would know about Kahina. A high-ranking member of an Imperial family would be a perfect bargaining chip with the Empire, or command a high price as an object of ransom if sold to the Federation. But there'd been no ransom demand from her or the Federation. Either Octavia didn't appreciate yet what she had, or something else had happened. Then, there was the contract she'd issued. Dolk reviewed it again. Missing person. Much missed by aunt and wider family. Last seen en route to Haoria. Only the best need apply. Top price paid for information leading to happy reunion. Aunt was one of the many curious pseudonyms that Octavia used. Whoever had gone missing was clearly important. Was it related? Time would tell. The coup de grace nested down in the bay, its landing gear gracefully taking up the strain as the ship came to rest. Dolk powered down his ship and gestured at the controls. His pilot chair descended through the base of the cockpit, lowering him into the bay. He stood up and stretched to his full height, his thick black trench coat wafting out around him as he strode forwards. His ship sealed and locked itself behind him. Two guards with pressurized rifles were waiting to meet him. One gestured for him to follow, and the other fell in behind. The synchronized footsteps of the guards clacked noisily on the paneled metal flooring. Parallel light bars flickered past Doc's vision in a slow-motion strobe as they walked deeper into the recesses of the station. They arrived at an internal lift. Doc looked aside at the guard behind him, but there was no response as the doors hissed open. The trio moved inside. Doc felt his stomach drop as the lift rapidly descended. His feet were pressed harder, the simulated gravity growing strong. He leant slightly to one side to counter the faint Coriolis force without even thinking about it, taking a moment to adjust his stance and prepare for the meeting. They were clearly heading towards the outside edge of the facility. The doors snapped back, and the three of them emerged into a wide, low-ceilinged room. A large holofac projection unit was mounted in the center. Doc recognized the room as an auxiliary command and control chamber. It would have been used extensively for battle planning and strategy in wartime, directing squadrons of fighters into battle. A number of other individuals were already seated around the outside of the projector, a misfit collection of bounty hunters from across the sector. The two guards turned smartly on their heels and departed in the lift.
What's your name, stranger?
Doc looked across and saw a tall woman observing him from across the room. It had to be Octavia herself.
Half it.
Doc replied, slurring his speech with a happy-go-lucky drawl.
Simeon half it.
Show us your ID.
Doc pulled a data tab out of his pocket and chucked it carelessly onto the projector table. A holofac representation of himself, his fake name, his ship, and various biometric markers appeared, slowly rotating. His pilot's ranking appeared beneath them. Elite. A moment later, the word verified appeared, glowing in green lettering. He looked over at her with a questioning glance and a slight bow.
Sit down. We're wasting time.
Doc settled himself beside one of the other bounty hunters, a grizzled-looking fellow with a rather ornate handlebar moustache.
Nice ship. Thanks.
Doc responded, not wanting to get distracted from Octavia as she walked around the back of the assembly.
Just as well. She just spaced the guy for wasting her time. He turned up in an old adder. Chances?
Doc scoffed. He enjoyed playing the part of a relaxed and easygoing professional.
If you can't say the heat.
Stay out of the corona. Doc turned his attention to Octavia.
To business,
she said, leaning against the projector, hands outstretched, looking at each one of them in turn.
This is what you're looking for.
The schematics of an old Eagle fighter appeared on the holofac. Doc recognized it as an original model. It was a simple, old ship, easy and cheap to maintain. This one was pretty much an antique.
Registration code is TY-198. It's a standard model. Old ship, a few mods, nothing fancy.
Who's the pilot? One of the others, a man with a red and white striped bandana, called out. Octavia gestured to the display, and an image of a young, dark-skinned man with a flop of unruly dark hair appeared. It wasn't a great picture. It must have been taken by a security camera from some distance.
My nephew,
Octavia said, smiling and gesturing to the image. There was a general chuckle from around the room.
Hassan Farouk Sharma, age 28, mostly harmless. Last seen here 11 hours ago. Any idea where he was heading?
This time, it was a woman dressed in a skin-tight one-piece black outfit. The whites of her eyes seemed to glow in the gloom, standing out from her dark face. Her hair was arranged in a fashionable series of colored spikes. Octavia shook her head.
Our guess is Federation space, though we believe he's gone dark for now. We've seen no activity in the immediate jump points or the local systems.
Doc nodded to himself. That was no surprise. Hyperspace in consecutive jumps was a dead giveaway. Letting your trail go cold was a smart move. The youth had some nous at least. He wasn't convinced that a jump towards the Federation made sense, but he kept quiet.
You want him back alive? I want him alive. I want the ship back, and I want the cargo back.
What's he carrying?
Doc seized his chance. Octavia looked around at him.
Something of mine. That's all you need to know.
Count me out then. Can't be done.
What did you say?
I'm guessing your nephew's not looking to be found. So, first thing he's gonna do is scrub his ship's identity. Next, he's gonna find himself a busy port and blend right in. We'll be looking for a cruddy old ship amongst 1,000 others. Unless we know what's aboard, we can't scan for it, can we? Can't work miracles.
Skin-tight and moustache were nodding in agreement. Bandana unfolded his arms and leant forward, listening intently. Doc looked around the room and then fixed her with a shrewd eye.
And I'm figuring that it's the cargo you want back.
Octavia glared at him for a moment before relenting.
Very well. He's carrying contraband Imperial biotech in a specialized container. Here's the profile.
Dark schooled himself not to react when the schematic of a bio-support pod appeared on the holofac. The youth had stolen Kahina. From under Octavia's nose. No wonder she was pissed. There was no mistaking the profile of the pod. It had been custom made, and there wasn't another like it. His plan still had a chance.
What's it do?
Specialist pod for conveying hazardous biosamples. Don't be thinking of opening it. You'll be dead without the proper handling tech.
Just here for the money.
Dolk assured her. Skin Tight nodded.
Good call. How much you paying? How long have we got? 50,000, and as long as it takes. For the cargo, the ship, and my nephew. All intact and unmolested. Any questions?
The bounty hunters looked at each other, but none spoke. It was a generous fee. You could buy a half-decent ship for that.
You've all got the profile. Suggest you get moving.
Dolk took a moment to think things through before he departed. Octavia had clearly figured out who Kahina was, hence her fear about the pod heading towards Federation space. It made sense that the youngster would head that way to get the highest price for her, but only if he knew what he was carrying. Dolk thought it more likely the youth was an opportunist and had only stumbled on the pod by blind chance. If so, the pod would remain secure, assuming no one had tampered with it. Dolk felt the youth must be running scared. He'd go where Octavia would find it hard to follow. That meant the Empire, and not the Federation. There was a good chance Dolk's superior vessel could overhaul him, but that wasn't the problem. He had to put the other bounty hunters, and Octavia, if possible, off the scent for long enough to find the youth, and then escape with Kahina to the protection of Haoria. Once there, they'd be safe, but there was little point finding the Eagle and then not being able to get away himself. But why did Octavia intercept the pod in the first place? He watched as two of the bounty hunters set off, triggering their hyperspace drives shortly after leaving the Basilica. Dolk instructed the computer to analyze their course. They'd taken Octavia's cue and headed towards Federation space. The third bounty hunter remained docked. Dolk had a feeling the owner of that ship was waiting to see what he did. He didn't want a shadow following him. He gestured for a narrowband comlink and was rewarded with a holofac of the dark woman with the skin-tight suit.
Would you believe it? Got some nav vectors all messed up. All fixed now.
Not good. These modern ships don't make them like they used to, do they?
Well, best of luck.
You too.
Dolk cancelled the link. Definitely waiting for me. He watched as her ship eased out of the dock and thrust rapidly away. It was a Viper, a tough, modern fighting machine. She had money and the right instincts for the job. She'd most likely go dark herself and wait for him outside. Well, she could try. He relaxed into his flight chair, waiting a few more minutes as he considered his strategy. Then, he engaged the power systems, allowing the protective flight gel to ease up around him. He fired up the drives and accelerated out of the bay. Hassan gave Salome a series of sticky bars. She took one and nibbled on it tentatively, before hunger overtook her and she gulped it down. Feverishly, she grabbed more of them and pulled them out of their wrappers. She finished them off in short order. "Whoa, take it easy. Those are supposed..." She looked up with a scowl. "Okay, so you're hungry." He'd moved her into the forward pilot's chair to keep her out of the way with firm instructions not to touch anything. It still didn't make sense. Not a slave, not a passenger. What was she doing on that Imperial cutter? He'd no idea where that ship had come from or was going to. The nearest major system to the ambush point was some obscure backwater mining outfit. How did that fit with her snobbish Imperial accent? Somewhere along the line, she'd been coached and tutored. He recognized the conceited tones of the Imperial privileged classes in her style of speech. That spoke of money and some level of status. If he could figure out who she was, maybe that was an angle worth pursuing. Somebody must have missed her. He'd checked the lost and found postings when he got a chance. Maybe the pod was some kind of medical device, transporting a sick patient. Physically, the woman appeared to be fine, but clearly she wasn't right in the head. But why an entire canister for just one person? And why not a medical ship? And why not sort her out on a planet with medical facilities? It didn't make any sense. Maybe she was some kind of refugee? Maybe she was being covertly smuggled out-system, incognito. That might explain the whole veil of secrecy, the escorts and so on. Did Octavian know about that? Was that why there was an ambush? If so, he might have wandered into some kind of big-stakes political situation. Not good. Shit. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was in over his head. He took a deep breath and tried to stay focused. He had to get rid of her, and soon. Maybe the airlock wasn't such a bad idea after all. She was so clueless about space operations, he could probably con her inside without much trouble. It would be quick. She looked around at that moment, as if aware she was being scrutinized, before resuming her stare out of the cockpit windows. She wasn't a classic beauty, but she wasn't unpleasant to gaze upon. Hassan turned back to his work. Killing in cold blood. He already knew he wasn't going to do that. It was one thing shooting down other ships at range. All pilots signed up to the danger and possibility of being spaced in combat. It was just a game. Point, lock, shoot, and right on, Commander. It was quite another to push an innocent woman into an airlock and pull the release. Innocent, though. Really? She seemed innocent. Had she really lost her memory, like she said? She was a good actor, if so. But if she was a politician, she'd be accomplished at that. Maybe he was being played again. If she was acting, she'd be trying to influence him, wouldn't she? Dropping in hints to go to this or that system, maybe. Or arguing over the destination. Another thought occurred to him. Maybe she was a psycho, undergoing some expensive new mental treatment off-world. No telling what she might do if that was the case. Some innocent gesture might set her off. She'd already demonstrated she knew something about hand-to-hand combat with that little trick with the wrist hold. He puffed out his cheeks and primed the hyperspace system. His best bet was to make her somebody else's problem, and as quickly as possible. "That's it. We're spooling," he said, a little louder than he needed to. Salome looked around. "Spooling?" "Hyperdrive is spooling up. I'm taking you to Florencia. We can get you set up there with a new ID, some emergency creds, maybe even find you some work." Salome nodded absently. He'd have given a stash of credits to know what was going on behind her solemn grey eyes. The coup de grace launched from the Basilica, towing a plume of hot plasma in its wake. Dog pushed his vessel to maximum acceleration for a few seconds. The passive scanner was blank, as he expected. If Skin Tight was waiting to see where he jumped to, she wouldn't hang around making herself easy to spot. She'd be out of range, but close enough to sweep in once he jumped and analyze the resultant hyperspace cloud, figuring out his destination. It would be a simple matter to piggyback on his jump and follow him. His drive thrust would be lighting up her infrared sensors like a solstice celebration.
Not going to happen. Activate frame shift.
Onboard automation acknowledged his command with a faint musical tone, and the Asp leapt forward into the void. His scanner was still blank, but he was convinced that Skin Tight's ship was lurking behind him somewhere, waiting to follow him through hyperspace. Dulk activated a secondary series of displays. The coup de grace wasn't just well equipped with weaponry. Dulk had ensured that a number of stealth technologies had also been installed.
Activate decoy drone.
The displays showed a small device, mounted on the underside of the Asp. A sleek, needle-like affair, hardly bigger than a mid-range missile. Status lights glowed orange and then flickered to green one by one. Dulk grinned.
Bet you don't have the military contacts I do.
He turned the coup de grace in a lazy arc back towards the Basilica. As the station swept back into range, he cancelled the frame shift. The Basilica was a much larger source of heat than his ship. He switched off the power to his shields and pulled the throttles closed. His ship continued drifting towards the facility on a course that would take it just past the edge of the main hull.
"Spool up drone hyperdrive module,"
he called out to the onboard automation. Skin Tight would have seen the turn and most likely slotted in behind him again. Without exhaust glow, his ship would now be indistinguishable from the background glow of the station. He was invisible unless she went active. Bounty hunters never went active. It just wasn't de rigueur, an admittance of failure.
"Set drone hyperdrive target to Mithra. Stand by to release drone. Negative trajectory course, 200 meters astern."
Drone subsystem. Course confirmed. Hyperspace destination confirmed.
Acknowledged. Deploy drone and activate drone hyperspace countdown. Now.
There was the faintest of clunks as the drone detached from the hull of the coup de grace. It slowly retreated behind the main ship until it was holding position as instructed. The Basilica was close now. He had to time this perfectly. Too close and the jump would be jammed by the mass of the facility. Too far and his plan wouldn't work.
Drone subsystem. Hyperspace engaging.
There was a flicker of harsh light across the hull of the Basilica. Behind the coup de grace, a flickering sphere of sparkling energy had formed, a hyperspace cloud, the telltale marker that meant a ship had jumped out. But the coup de grace hadn't jumped, only the drone. The moment the cloud appeared, Dalk spun his ship around and nudged it behind the bulk of the Basilica, bringing it to a halt and then cutting power to all systems. On the scanner, a faint red mark appeared, rapidly closing on the flickering cloud. From his vantage point, Dalk could just see Skin-Tight's Viper. Right about now, she'd be scanning the cloud the drone had left. Advanced scanners could decode the destination.
Come on,
Dalk whispered to himself.
take the bait.
A few moments passed, and a second cloud appeared. Skin-Tight had jumped. Dalk grinned, targeting his own scanners on it.
Destination coordinates, Mithra.
Got you.
The coup de grace fired its drives back up and blasted away from the Basilica. Its hyperdrive charging for its own jump, ready to head in the opposite direction.
A wily one, that one. Gotta hand it to him, though. Clever move. Looks like the best of the lot. He's got the tech, the expertise, and the contacts.
I don't trust him. Do some digging. He was too smooth. He's covering something up. I reckon he plans on taking the cargo himself. He figured it was valuable.
Tricky to avoid revealing that. Why would anyone want a contract on some dumb kid in an old ship like that?
You got homing tags on all of them?
All bolted up when they were docked. Telemetry too. We can track these low berths anywhere in the galaxy. If they find him, we'll know.
Get my ship prepped and ready to go immediately. It's going to be him. I want to be there when he tries to double-cross me. About time I had a little fun.
Salome pulled the straps about her, trying to stop herself from trembling. Hassan had directed her into the rear chair again and was busy adjusting the myriad switches and controls around the cockpit. A series of rising hums sounded around her as the ship readied itself. She felt numb as she tried to piece together the fragments of memory that swirled around in her mind. They refused to coalesce. Every time she got close, a headache would flash across her brow, forcing her to stop. It was wearisome and maddening. The faint recall of pain in her chest was a recurring theme. A sword, bright steel, flashing before her eyes, running, fleeing, and panic. A shadow, a dark cloak twirling around a mysterious figure. Blood, feelings of fear, defiance, and betrayal. Blurred faces tantalized her, blending into a spinning maelstrom of out-of-focus faces. Voices that were achingly familiar but yet utterly unknown echoed around her. Sometimes soft and reassuring, but more often tinged with warning, desperate calls and yells of anguish. Then it was all gone again. Infuriatingly ephemeral and elusive. The more she concentrated, the more the memories receded from her. Her mind felt foggy, slow and unresponsive. She couldn't remember anything before seeing the young commander who had woken her up. What had happened? Had he kidnapped her? Erased her memory? He wasn't to be trusted, that was for sure. Yet he was the only person who knew anything about her. She was helpless. If he hadn't done this, who had? He'd said she was on board a ship. Why? He'd laughed at her inexperience with spaceflight. It seemed clear she'd never stepped foot onto a spacecraft before. So why had she been in one? Why had she been sealed in a pod? Who had done this? Why couldn't she remember? Was her memory permanently gone? Or would it return? She heard her own voice as she spoke. She could speak. She had an imperial accent. How did she know that? She remembered seeing the charts, the names, even the customs and clothes, but the moment she tried to recall the detail, there was nothing. Did she have family? Parents? Siblings? A pet? She felt sick and confused. She stopped trying, concentrating on her breathing, hoping to settle her stomach and her fears. What am I going to do? The commander didn't want her aboard. He was likely to abandon her at the first opportunity. Then what? Despair clawed at her mind. She trembled, pursing her lips and clenching her hands against the seat restraints. Something in her solidified. Anger rose. She'd not allowed herself to crumple. She was better than this. The strength of feeling surprised her. Pride and self-respect surged through her. She would find a way to understand and restore, no, reclaim her memory. No one would stand in her way. If someone was responsible, there would be retribution. She'd make sure of that. Another memory flashed across her mind, unfamiliar, but yet well known. It prompted a strange ambivalence.
Never stop fighting until you can fight no more.
She let out her breath, aware she'd been holding it for some time. Where was that from? Beneath her, the ship trembled and began to rise. Faint whirring sounded through the hull, machinery performing its function as directed. She gripped the arms of her seat to steady herself. Hassan chucked something back towards her. It was a plastic bag with some kind of face seal on it. She caught it. "You'll need one of these," he called out, still keeping his attention on the controls as the rocky landscape below dropped out of view.
What's this?
Remlock. Some folks call it a bath bag.
What's it for?
You'll see. Salome felt something moving under her legs, her back and arms. Instinctively, she jolted forward in her seat, but it was to no avail. The seat had molded itself around her and was holding her in place in a strange gel-like substance. Her short gasp of bewilderment was abruptly severed. The Talon lifted off and reached for the stars. Chapter 7. The coup de grace gently coasted through the blackness, its immaculate time-stressed duralium reflecting starlight of its smooth, tapered hull. It rolled to port, the pilot executing a smooth change of direction towards a dark planet, grey against a backdrop of bright stars. Aboard, Dulk was scrutinizing the passive scanner information being presented to him as his ship approached. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. The reading was subtle, but obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. The infrared scanner told a story. A faint red stain marked the surface of the planet, the telltale mark of residual heat. Another ship had recently passed this way. Judging by the size of the reading, the signal hadn't been left by a big vessel. It was right in the ballpark for the Eagle. Dulk guided his ship downwards, confirming the strength and size. He had to know how far behind he was.
8 hours, give or take,
he said to himself with a satisfied sigh, before calling up the holofact chart of the nearby system. He had already searched a number of the possible jump points the young pilot could have used. A few more hours and that trace would have faded away beyond detection. The young man was reasonably canny. He could have easily kept jumping until he ran out of fuel and was forced to make a stop, but that sort of trail was easy to follow. The jump points were simple to read with enhanced scanners. By letting the record of his first jump decay into the darkness, the pilot would have thrown many off his trail. Landing on the planet was another smart move. It was possible to see a ship against the darkness of space, even with all power sources switched off, but hidden in the shadow of a deep crater, it would be virtually undetectable. Dulk's first hunch had paid off. Now, he had to strike lucky again. The Eagle-class ships didn't have a huge hyperdrive range, so there were only limited locations available, and it would need to refuel to make a further jump. If the pilot was sensible, he'd avoid any official refueling spots. That meant lesser-known locations along the route. The Eagle didn't have a fuel scoop either, so he couldn't use a convenient gas giant. But where? Dulk studied the map. The pilot might make a detour to one of the many mining worlds in the sector to refuel. The Zagami foundry wasn't too far away. A big metal refinery and fabrication plant, nicely off the beaten track.
Too much of a detour, though.
Ferencia seemed the most likely immediate destination. Even with the need to refuel, the Eagle was still a long way ahead. Dulk couldn't arrive there ahead of his quarry, but with a bit of judicious plotting he could close the gap. He'd likely still have to locate them when he arrived. The system served as a major trading hub in this region. There was a lot of commerce, mostly provided by small-time traders. It was the perfect place to hide a small ship.
Set hyperdrive target to Ferencia. Spool and jump when ready.
Dulk settled back and waited as the rising hum signaled the power being bled into the core of the ship. With a brief flicker, the coup de grace disappeared from sight. Jennu frowned at the communique that appeared in front of her. She was privy to most information that Tenem dealt with, but this particular item confused her. It was coded for Tenem directly, and only his express permission had allowed her to view it. She replayed the short video. It was laced with static, as if it had been hastily recorded.
Where's the damn shipment?
Jennu recognized the disfigured face of Vargo, the Reclamation leader. She recoiled in distaste.
We need those weapons, and we need them now. What are you playing at? The Imperials have sabotaged the mines. We're losing control of the slaves. Answer me for fuck's sake. You want your tantalum? I want my weapons.
Jennu leant back thoughtfully. "And what do you make of that?" Tenem said, leaning across her and running his hand carelessly up her body. She rolled over, stretching her arms up and wriggling closer, enjoying the warmth of their close embrace.
It would seem our shipment has gone missing.
My dear Jennu, I'm disappointed. Our shipment, indeed.
It was your idea.
Tenim pulled a face of mock innocence.
Me? How can you even think of such a thing? Is it my fault the pirates are making a profit out of the calamity that has befallen that system? Smugglers and brigands ferrying illegal weapons to revolutionaries? I would never countenance such behavior.
Jennu pushed him back down on the bed and rolled across him.
Fine words to cover your nefarious plans,
she said, stopping his reply with a kiss. It was a moment before he was able to respond.
Sometimes words are all we have.
Jennu folded her arms and leant on his chest, looking into his eyes. Her relationship with Tenim had brought her financial independence, as much travel, responsibility, and power as she had ever desired. All their other diversions had been most pleasurable. It had been a profitable association in every way except one. Jennu didn't trust him. Part of her desired a simpler life, away from all the intrigue and plotting endemic to Federation politics. She could be the wife of a better man, a man for whom lying was not as natural as breathing. Tenim would discard her the moment she was no longer useful. She'd hardened herself to these possibilities over the years, wondering how much of herself she compromised in the process. She was wise enough to know the intrigue and the danger excited her. Would she be bored by a more mundane existence? It was all about timing your exit from the game. For now, Tenim still had much to offer her.
Vargo is going to need more than words, I think.
Vargo who?
Jennu laughed, despite herself. Tenim turned barefaced lies into an art form.
It would seem that Octavia has decided to feed his battle, but starve his victory.
Surely it's in our interest to continue to help him.
Tenim didn't answer. Jennu changed the subject.
Do you think Octavia really has the Loren daughter?
No doubt about it. Vargo and his cronies must have bungled their own assassination. Somehow the girl was spirited off planet into Octavia's waiting arms.
Does Vargo know?
I doubt it.
Shouldn't we let him know?
Don't you think he's got enough to be worrying about?
What does Octavia want with her? She hates the Empire. I guess abducting a member of one of their high-ranking families counts for something. A bargaining chip?
That's not it. Octavia's no fool. She knows we'd pay a high price to get rid of the girl. She'd like nothing more than to humiliate the Imperials as well. So she won't turn the girl over to them either. She's stringing us all along.
So what is she trying to do?
Tenim thought for a moment, looked aside, and then looked back with a gleam in his eyes.
She wants a war. The cunning bitch wants a full-scale war.
A war? Why?
Plenty of ways for her to profit. Selling arms to either side, information, spies, you name it. She's dangling the girl between us like a tasty morsel. The Imperials will be forced to defend their honor. With her, they have a legal claim to the system. We'll be forced to intervene to assert our claim and secure the tantalum.
But the destruction, the waste.
Think about it. Octavia's militia is powerful, but there is no way she could challenge either us or the Imperials at present. But if a war is fought,
both would weaken. Enough for her to assert her own claim and make it stick.
She already has most of the sector's trade in her pocket. A few bribes would bring the local independent traders along for the ride. Dish out a moon or a planet to a few big-time operators, and you've got yourself an armada strong enough to take on anybody this far out. By the time the Federation or Empire could send reinforcements from the core worlds, the battle would be over. Taking it back simply wouldn't be worth the investment.
Wow. And I thought I was ambitious.
Octavia thinks she has the upper hand, that we'll be forced to invade because she's cutting off supplies to the Reclamists. She's trying to force our hand.
What are we going to do?
The idea of a full-scale war is less than appetizing, either to ourselves or our Imperial counterparts. That leaves us with only one practical option.
Which is?
We'll have to deal with the Loren girl, and soon.
And Octavia?
She's gonna end up like you,
Tenim said, a grin touching the edges of his mouth. He rolled Jennu onto her back, caught her arms and moved across her, taking her with a practiced move of his hips.
Oh, yes?
She asked, demurely.
Completely screwed.
Don't hold it so tight. Relax. Salome loosened her grip on the flight yoke. The Talon jinked upwards and steadied out. At her request, Hassan had allowed her to try her hand at flying the ship, while the hyperdrive was spooling up for another jump. She was seated in the forward pilot's chair, surrounded by all the instruments that marked the vitals of the vessel. It had been overwhelming to start with, but it didn't take her long to realize that many